Podium Audio presents Deviant Hearts, Book 1 of Dark Hearts, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Sophie Daniels and Ryan West.
Chapter 1. Nev. Fuck me. He's doing it. Again. I tell myself not to look. I tell myself to keep my eyes on the book and the study notes in front of me, because NYU seriously does not care what my last name is, and they'll have no issue failing my sorry ass from my government and public policy master's program if I don't focus. I tell myself it's high time I bought some fucking curtains so I can avoid this distraction, since it's clearly shaping up to be a frequent thing. But the problem with telling yourself not to do something that deep down you really want to? The deep down part always wins. Always. Or, at least it does with me. Which might say more about me and my own self-control, or lack thereof. No, it's definitely easier to go ahead and blame my new neighbor across the street. Let's go with that. I mean, he's the one that keeps walking around naked in a penthouse made out of fucking glass. Mark Twain once said, "There is a charm about the forbidden that makes it unspeakably desirable." But as smart as he was, it's clear Mr. Twain never had the neighbor I do. If he had, I'm pretty sure he'd have taken a whole lot of the whimsical charm out of that statement. And sure enough, despite my best, or, okay, let's be real, mediocre, efforts, soon enough, my gaze shifts from the notes in front of me to the man across the steel canyon from me. Sweet Jesus. He's a freaking god. Tall and lean and as muscled as a superhero. Shoulders and arms built to take away your ability to speak. Chiseled abs, and those grooved hip muscle things that I don't even know what they're called, but they seem to be evolution's way of making even smart women go fucking stupid. Tattoos for days. Deeply tanned, Mediterranean skin, with a shadow on his razor-sharp jaw, and dark, perfectly tousled hair. It's like living next to a goddamn Avenger who models for Armani while he's not busy saving the world from Thanos. No wonder he seems to have a problem with wearing clothes. Heat floods my cheeks as I glance across the chasm between us. The morning light streams right through his penthouse, which is another annoyance. 2 months ago, my place was a dream apartment. A modern, light-filled loft at the top of a 38-story building. So high up that I didn't even have neighbors who could see into this place. Is it more than a little ostentatious? Well, yeah. It's 1,000 square feet of modern glass and steel on the west side overlooking the Hudson. Was it absurdly expensive? Also, yeah. But there's gotta be some perks that come with being a Kildare to offset the downsides. Issues making friends my entire life because my family is the Irish Mafia? Check. Problems having any sort of romantic relationships for the same reason? Check and double check. Aimless, drifting, utterly unsure of what I want to do with my life, because what exactly do mafia princesses do all day? Check and fucking mate. For the last year, I've been throwing myself into this government and policy master's program at NYU. But after that, who knows? For now, I'm at least finally living on my own. But life still sort of feels like something I'm drifting through. Truth be told, I was pretty sure my Uncle Killian was going to shut down my plans of finally moving out of the main family house and into this place. Especially with all the violence and upheaval in the last few months, as the fighting between the Irish Kildare and Greek Drakos families escalated to World War III levels. but my dream apartment and the building itself are incredibly secure and easy to defend, especially when there's a rotating crew of 4 Kildare guys constantly guarding the lobby. Much, I'm sure, to the chagrin of the other tenants. Yet that whole dream apartment thing quickly lost some of its luster when they completed construction on the building across the street, next to mine. The building with the double-height glass penthouse that rises 2 floors above my 38th floor apartment, that now blocks part of my view of the river. His glass penthouse. The man with the godlike body and the aversion to clothing. The man with the sensual tattoos and the swarthy, lean look of a Trojan warrior. The man I have absolutely no business gawking at and thinking these sort of sinful thoughts about. Not just because it makes me a spying creep, but because he's a man I should have every reason in the world to hate. He's not just my neighbor. He's the enemy. But try telling that to my undersatisfied libido and clenched thighs. At last, he moves from where he's been standing at the windows, staring out at the Hudson with a cup of coffee in his hand, and, mercifully, disappears from view. Finally. Distraction gone, I managed to pull my attention back to the study notes in front of me. Nina Simone croons over the sound system as I lose myself in the books. But a handful of minutes later, movement at my peripheral vision drags my eyes back up again. He's back. And wonder of wonders, he's dressed in an impeccably tailored dark suit. I yank my eyes back to my notes, then back to him. This time, he's finally gone. I exhale slowly, swallowing as I drag my attention back to my government policy books. I don't have time for these distractions. Not when I've got 2 weeks of notes to memorize and also a Kildare family meeting in... I glance at my phone and groan. Shit. In basically now. As if on cue, the buzzer goes off for my front door. Sighing, I close the books and pad across the living room. I glance through the peephole out of habit. Then I grin and open the door wide. Eilish's brows furrow as she looks me up and down. Nev, what the fuck? We're going to be late, and you're not even dressed? My brow scrunches as I glance down at myself. You need to get dressed, Nev, my younger sister sighs. I'm dressed. Those look like pajamas. So? They're comfy. I raise my gaze past her to the tall guy standing behind her. Cass, back me up here. The castle just shakes his sandy blonde head and lifts a muscled shoulder apologetically. Killian wants you dressed properly, kid. I roll my eyes at the word kid, but I let it go. Castle's been Eilish's and my... I suppose the word is bodyguard, for the last 10 years. Growing up, all of our friends drooled over the 6.5-foot tall, built like a quarterback shadow that was always with us. That, or they were sure one of us was going to get scandalously tangled up in some steamy, X-rated tryst with him. But no way. No way to an ew degree. Yes, Castle is ridiculously handsome. But to Eilish and me, he's always been the older brother we never had. And we're the perpetually annoying but lovable kid sisters he never had. Which is why he can still get away with calling me kid, or doing annoying big brother type shit, like messing up my hair, even though I'm 24. I stick my bottom lip out, giving Castle my best puppy dog eyes. But Castle... Enough with the waif-eyes. Go get changed, Nev, he grunts. Your uncle isn't exactly one to mince words, and he wants you dressed up. But why? What's this meeting even about? Eilish shrugs. Beats me. Bet it has something to do with your new neighbor, though. Annoyed as I am to be forced to give up my sweatpants and hoodie, I know Castle well enough to know there's no way he's budging on this. And I know my Uncle Killian well enough to know that 1, there's no wiggle room here. But more importantly, 2, there's a reason he wants us looking sharp, even if I have no idea what that reason is. I root around in my disaster zone of a bedroom, stripping out of my hoodie and sweats and pulling on clean underwear and clothes. 5 minutes later, I emerge in a green puff-sleeve top, black jeans, and heeled black boots, shoving my long red hair up in a loose ponytail. Eilish, predictably, rolls her eyes. That's dressed up? I could go back to my extensive sweatpants collection, if you prefer. Eilish sighs, reaching up to smooth the errant lock of blonde back behind her ear. She's right. I'm still fairly casually dressed, especially next to my princess of a little sister, who looks like a modern-day blonde Jackie O in a pink Chanel jersey dress and heels, her hair and makeup immaculate. At 9:30 in the freaking morning, no less. So sue me. This is the best I can do. Finally, she grins as she rolls her eyes again. Okay, fine. Come on, we shouldn't be late. Hey, I'm not the one getting bent out of shape about the dress code. I glance to Castle for at least a chuckle, but he's looking even more grim and stoic than usual. What's up with you? He shrugs, turning away. Just don't want to be late. Come on. I frown. Cass, seriously, what's up? There's a glint in his eye when he glances back at me for half a second, but still, he gives nothing away. Let's get where we need to go, kid, he murmurs quietly. I shoot Eilish a puzzled look as we follow him out the door, but she just shakes her head and gives me an I have no idea face. Given that my sister is incapable of being anything but cheerful, talking shit about anyone, no matter how terrible they are, or lying in any capacity, it's clear she's also in the dark. 20 minutes later, Castle is pulling the white armored Range Rover up to the curb outside O'Bannon's. The Midtown Irish pub has been our uncle's temporary center of business and war room since he moved to New York from London a few months ago, after the petty scuffles between the Kildare family and the Drakos family turned into all-out war. After things went nuclear, when the Drakos family lost Vasilis, their head of operations in New York, and we lost Declan, the head of ours. Declan as in my father. The side door to O'Bannon's, which leads up to the second floor where Killian's been holding court the last few months, is guarded by 4 Kildare men with not-so-hidden bulges of sidearms under their dark jackets. One nods stiffly at Castle and goes to open the door to the bar for us, when suddenly there's the sound of a car screeching to a stop at the curb behind us. The hairs on the back of my neck start to prickle as I slowly turn to frown at the black Escalade. When the back door opens, and a man in a dark suit with pure malice on his face steps out, my heart leaps into my throat. Run! I scream as I grab Eilish's arm, whirling to bolt into O'Bannon's before the bullets start flying. Because I know damn well who the man who just stepped out of the SUV is. Hades Drakos, a dangerous, certifiable psychopath and second in command of the Drakos family. Basically, public enemy number 2 if your last name is Kildare. As I yank my sister towards the door, I realize something odd. The guards aren't launching into action. Castle himself is just standing there, glowering at the second oldest Drakos brother as he grins savagely at me. Cass? I hiss hoarsely, my pulse thudding. Clearly, Eilish is just as out of the loop as I am, because she's still cowering behind me, shaking. It's okay, kid, Castle mutters quietly. He glances behind me, his look softening, as it frequently does when it comes to Eilish. Which is totally understandable. I'm the sister with a chip on her shoulder and an axe to grind. Eilish is the sweet one. The one who's arguably way too soft for this dangerous world that we live in. But that's... Boo. Hades chuckles thinly, winking at me in a way that sends a shiver up my spine. He rolls his muscled shoulders, the tattoo ink that curls up from inside the collar of his dress shirt, rippling as he buttons his jacket. Well, Pillow Fort, can we go inside now? The creases in Castle's brow deepen as he squares off with Hades. It's Castle. I really don't give a shit. Are we doing this or not? I frown as I turn to Castle again. Doing what, Cass? What are we? Open the doors. I stiffen at the deep, powerful voice that rumbles behind me, a voice that causes a tingling sensation to creep over my skin, electrifying me as deeply as it scares me. The feeling grows and throbs deeper and warmer, until I can feel my cheeks reddening as something wicked pools between my thighs. I turn, and my core clenches tight. It's him. My neighbor, the forbidden distraction. The man with the godlike body built for sin, who I have no business fantasizing about. But God help me, I do. Because my neighbor isn't just eye candy. He's Ares fucking Drakos, the brand new king of the entire Drakos family. I'm vaguely aware of more people getting out of a second and a third SUV that pulled up behind the first, the other siblings in the Drakos family, and various other guards. As the seconds tick by, and as Ares' piercing, dark-eyed gaze continues to stab right into me, the question of why he's here fades into the background. And the question of why he's looking at me, like he's trying to figure out how to swallow me in one bite, comes to the fore. Inside, all of you, he growls quietly, his voice filled with unquestioned power. Two of his three brothers, Hades and Kratos, and his sister Calliope, glance at me with slightly raised eyebrows as they file past me into O'Bannon's. Their guards and the Kildare men follow. Castle clears his throat, taking Eilish by the shoulders as if to escort her inside. I know I should go too, but somehow I'm stuck. It's as if my gaze is bound to Ares, or as if his gaze has me pinned to the very pavement beneath my feet. We're on a busy New York sidewalk, and yet it's as if we're suddenly in a bubble of silence, as if the entire rest of the world fades away to a low hum, until I can actually hear my throat tightening when he starts to walk towards me. I shiver when he stops right in front of me, looming over me. I want to sneer at him, or spit on his fancy shoes, or worse. But all I can do is purse my lips and glare at him. Ares smirks down into my eyes. They haven't told you yet, have they? I swallow. Told me what? One of his dark brows raises in amusement. Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. You know who I am? Of course I know who you are. I mean, apart from being your neighbor. I stiffen, desperately trying to swallow back the heat from my face. Neighbor? My voice cracks. Not badly, but enough. I hadn't realized. The dangerous and lethally attractive man looming over me smiles ruthlessly, coldly. You don't recognize me? I guess not. Would it help if I took my clothes off? Dear God. My face turns as hot as the sun as I pray for a sinkhole to open at my feet. The meeting is about to start. He lets his lips curl slightly, giving me the faintest flash of white teeth. Then, without blinking, he starts to move past where I'm still glued to the sidewalk. He pauses right next to me, and my breath sucks in as he leans down, so close I can smell the woodsy, elegant scent of his cologne and feel the heat of his breath in my ear. "Oh, and Nev," he growls quietly. "Peach isn't your color." My brows knit as I start to turn towards him in confusion. "I'm not wearing—" Oh, God. Yes, I am. My mind flashes back to rooting around in my light-filled bedroom as I yanked off my hoodie and sweatpants, where I pulled out the green top and black jeans after putting on the laundry day pair of peach-colored panties. I'm not the only person spying on their neighbor. Son of a bitch. Ares clears his throat, straightening up and buttoning his jacket, as I melt into a puddle of mortification. "See you in there, princess."
Chapter 2. Ares. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Everyone knows that. Except kings usually know they're going to be kings, long before they take over the throne. They prepare for it their whole lives, train for it. They're ready when the day arrives. I wasn't. Because I was never meant to be king. I'm Lancelot, burning and pillaging and fucking his way through the countryside. Not King fucking Arthur. But life, or fate, or karma, or whatever you want to call it, had other plans for me. 9 months ago, my father Aeneas, the head of the entire Dracos family, died at the hands of my older brother Atlas. My father was a hard, brutal man, but Atlas was unhinged and power-hungry. Not to mention a knuckle-dragging fucking idiot. His reign lasted less than 3 weeks. Then he was killed waging a pointless war against a man with deep pockets and dangerous friends, all over a woman. It's an absurd story. Years and years ago, Atlas had once been betrothed to this woman's mother, Saoirse, an Irish mafia princess and Killian Kildare's sister. But Saoirse ended up having a fling with someone else, producing a daughter, Rose, who went on to end up with this man with the deep pockets and dangerous friends. Atlas decided the daughter of the bride he'd been cheated out of should be his. Obviously, the man with whom she lived and shared a bed disagreed. And when the dust had settled, my brother was dead, and I was king in his place. Sometimes I'm convinced life really is a Greek tragedy, or a comedy, depending on how cynical you are. But heavy as the burden to lead is, I was born for this. All my siblings and I were. Living under our father's rule may have been a lesson in brutality and viciousness, but it hardened us. It prepared us to lead and to conquer. When I took the throne that was unexpectedly thrust upon me, I was ready. And then, of course, life threw me another curveball. My siblings and I were all born here in New York, but my father ultimately preferred England, where he'd grown up. So that's where the real seat of the Dracos Empire was for the last 12 years. While my uncle Vasilis oversaw our operations back here in New York City. Until 4 months ago, when, as I say, the proverbial shit hit the proverbial fan. Our family and the Irish Kildare family have never gotten along. There's generations of bad blood between us, going back to who even remembers how long. At one point, there was at least a half-truce, when Saoirse was promised to Atlas. And even when that marriage fell through, things at least cooled off between our families for the next 20 years or so. Until things went sideways. Badly. I've heard it started as a potential peace agreement. Vasilis sat down with Declan Kildare, Killian's half-brother and the head of the Kildare operations here in New York. But whatever peace they were trying to hammer out shattered when a gunfight broke out between them, killing them both. It should mean all-out war, a bloodbath in the streets. The final showdown between the Kildare and Dracos families until only one is left standing. Luckily, neither Killian nor I is suicidal. Killian is a fucking psychopath. There's no question about that. He's been described more than once as the kind of man who wants to watch the world burn because he enjoys the smell of the smoke. And I think that's a fair assessment. But either out of self-interest or greed, we've managed to work out an arrangement. It's time to settle this bullshit between our families once and for all. And the key to settling it is currently glaring daggers at me from across the room. Clearly nobody's told her yet. But she's it. We're it. My eyes narrow, my mouth tightening to a line as I let my gaze drag across the scowl on Nev Kildare's face. It makes sense that she hates me, even if neither of us had anything to do with the violence of a few months ago. At the end of the day, my uncle and her father killed each other. From what I gather, neither she nor her sister Eilish was very close with Declan. But still, blood is blood. And soon, will be blood. Joined. Bound together forever. My jaw grinds as my mind flashes to other more literal ways I could bind the stunning and furious-looking redhead across the table from me. My tempting, sinfully attractive neighbor who really ought to have some curtains put up in her bedroom. The one who's been spying on me. The one I've been spying on right back. I'm just much better at it than she is. Desire makes my cock swell as my mind flashes back to earlier today. When I was standing in my kitchen rinsing out my coffee cup, staring through the windows above my sink, into her bedroom, where I watched her strip off her sweatpants and hoodie and prowl naked around her disaster of a room until she found some other clothes to pull on. You realize she's going to bite your dick off the first chance she gets, right? My jaw grinds and my train of thought is interrupted as I glance sideways at my younger brother, Hades, sitting next to me on our side of the conference table. When we were kids, I used to roll my eyes at the way our father named all of us after Greek gods, titans, and muses. Atlas, Ares, Hades, Deimos, Kratos, and our sister, Calliope. But as we've gotten older, we've all weirdly grown into the mythological figures we were named for, Hades especially. There's a darkness and an edge in all of us. Our father made damn sure of that with his heavy hand and strict discipline. But Hades, named for the god of the dead, the king of the underworld, always seems to revel in it. The sadistically sociopathic glint I can currently see in his eyes is a testament to that darkness. He shrugs at my cold silence. You know I'm right. What I know is this is neither the time nor the place, Hades. I grunt back. My brother shrugs again, pushing his longish hair back from his face. He's got our mother's piercing ice-blue eyes. I got our father's dark, brooding ones. Behind him and towering above all of us despite being younger than Hades and me, Kratos mimics my stern glare at our brother. It's a good arrangement. He rumbles in that mountainous way of his. I nod to my brother. Kratos is a good, steady voice of reason. Though Deimos, who's holding down the fort back in London, is the true peacekeeper of all of us siblings. A peacekeeper in the style of a nuclear deterrent, that is, not Gandhi. Oh, I agree. Hades smiles brittly. It's good for peace and will bring an end to bloodshed. I mean, it's not my cock that's going to get chewed off. Could you attempt to not be a dick for just 2 minutes, Hades? I turned to smirk quietly at Calliope, my sharp-tongued little sister sitting on my other side. The youngest and smallest of all of us, and yet somehow she's the law-keeper. She's got our grandmother Demetra's genes. Across the room, the group of Kildare men who've been talking quietly amongst themselves finally come find seats at the table. Killian and I catch each other's eyes, and we nod. This wasn't his idea or mine. It was Demetra who first put it forward. A way to put the hostilities between our families and our subsidiaries behind us for good. As she pointed out, the closest we've ever gotten to peace before was when Atlas was set to marry Saoirse. What better way to settle our differences than by becoming family? But when I glance at Nev sitting across the table, still glaring pure malice at me, it's clear her uncle still hasn't told her what's about to happen. This should be interesting. Killian clears his throat, sitting back in his seat as his green eyes slice across the room, silencing it with a look. I'm not one for fancy speeches, so I'll get straight to it. We're here because the hostilities between our organizations have reached an untenable level. Rivalries are one thing, but we've crossed too many lines, and there's too much blood in the streets. He pulls a silver cigarette case out of his breast pocket, opens it, slips one between his lips, and lights it deftly with a flick of a silver Zippo. Smoke curls around the Irishman's head as his glinting green eyes pierce through it. I'm not going to get all weepy and sentimental. The truth is, the reason all of us are here is that war will mean ruin to both the Kildare and Dracos families. It will destroy our business interests, and there are already enough jackals circling, waiting for the first sign of weakness to strike. The Bolinaro cartel, the Carvelli family, the Reznikov Bratva, not to mention their allies. Killian's icy gaze lands on me. I don't blink. So, in the interest of not getting hit from behind by an enemy while we bicker like schoolboys, Ares and I have come to an agreement, one that will end these hostilities forever, and make both of our families stronger than ever, as a united front. I watch Nev's face scrunch up in confusion as she turns to frown at her uncle. Oh, this is about to get good. A united front! God damn it, Ezio. I frown quietly as I lean forward, turning to stab my gaze down the length of the table to where Ezio Adamos is glaring daggers at Killian. Please, go on about this fucking united front we're supposed to have with Ezio. My voice is neither raised nor very forceful, but it cuts through the room all the same, quickly silencing him. He stares at me, fury and pain boiling behind his eyes. The Adamos family is a subsidiary, tributary family to ours. Their allegiance has been pledged to the Dracos family for generations, and the way I can see Ezio about to suicide bomb this entire discussion has my jaw grinding harshly. But I get it, and I feel for him. Ezio's only son, Jason, was at the meeting where Vasilis Dracos and Declan Kildare opened fire. He was also killed. Eris, please, he hisses at me, pain glinting in his eyes. You cannot seriously be considering allying ourselves with these backstabbing, honorless meeks. Be silent, I snap. I'm not completely heartless. I understand he's in pain, but this is decidedly not the place for it, or the time for him to start hurling slurs. Killian clears his throat, eyeing Ezio across the table. What would ease your grief? Fuck. This isn't Killian being diplomatic. This is him going for the throat, and Ezio's about to walk right into his trap. What would ease my fucking grief? He snaps at the Irishman. I don't believe I stuttered, Mr. Adamos. What's the going rate on grief these days? 10,000. 20. God damn it. Ezio lurches to his feet, his face a mask of seething rage as he whips his head around to glare at me. This is insulting. I will not sit here. Yes, you will. My gaze hardens on him. I'll tell him again how sorry I am for his loss later. Not here. You will. His mouth thins to a line as he points a finger across the table at Killian. This piece of shit dares to offer me money. I lost a son, Ares. And I lost a fucking brother. Killian snaps coldly. But here we are, and you can either get on board or go find a nice length of rope somewhere and join your boy. Yeah, they're not exaggerating when they call Killian a sadistic sociopath. The room goes silent. Ezio's face turns purple. He looks like he's seriously considering jumping across the table and murdering Killian with his bare hands. But instead he spins on his heel, glares at me viciously, and storms from the room. Well, I have to say, this is twice as much fun as I imagined it would be. Hades mutters next to me. Killian sighs, drumming his fingers on the table as his gaze drags back to me. You need to keep your dogs on a tighter leash. He'll keep to the truce. I growl back. My eyes swivel to Neve again, drinking in her fiery red hair. The dusting of freckles across her nose and the sharp green eyes so like her uncle's, still squinting in confusion. And you, I murmur, pulling my gaze from Neve to Killian. You'll keep to our agreement. He takes a long, slow drag of his cigarette, and then nods slowly. We will. He turns to his niece, and my eyes lock onto her as well. Neve. Killian sighs. There's no easy way to say this. And if there was any other way... He shrugs, but there isn't. Not one that doesn't end in more blood. Her brow furrows deeper. Uncle? What are you talking about? And why am I... You're going to marry Ares Dracos, Neve. That will be the final truce to forever end this bullshit between our families. The room goes silent. Neve's face turns white as she stares dumbfounded at her uncle. She blinks, frowning as if willing him to laugh at the spectacular joke he's just made. But this is no joke. This is happening. And as reluctant and unhappy as I am about it, I'm guessing from the look of horror that spreads across her face that she's twice as reluctant and unhappy. What? Killian takes one last pull from his smoke, exhaling toward the ceiling before dropping the butt in the mug of coffee in front of him. It's the only way, Neve. You're going to marry Ares, and that's final. She blinks, shaking as her mouth forms silent words, none getting out. No. I'm afraid this isn't a discussion, Neve, he says quietly, a flicker of regret and rare for Killian apology on his face. Like hell it's... Neve, he growls thickly. It's been decided. Slowly, her face pale as a ghost, Neve turns to let her fierce green eyes stab into mine like knives. I stare right back. My little peeping Tom of a neighbor. My enemy. My wife. I think you'll find, Neve, this is the best way to settle all of the bad blood. And I think you'll find yourself, Ares, with a knife in your throat if you come anywhere fucking near me. She stands abruptly, her eyes wild with fear and anger. Neve, Killian hisses quietly. It's done. Oh, we're done, all right. Without another word, she whirls, storms to the conference room doors, and blows right through them. Shit. So, Hades sighs, his voice dripping with amusement. You ready to discuss body armor for your dick yet? Or do you want to talk bachelor party?
Chapter 3. Neve. Did you know? There's murder in my eyes and fury in my voice as I charge across the closed pub downstairs to where Castle and Eilish are sitting at the bar. My sister turns in her seat, staring at my rage and my tears in confused shock. From Castle's hardened, grim look, I already have my fucking answer. You knew? I scream at him, jabbing a harsh finger against his granite chest. Nev? Listen to me. Oh, fuck off! I snap. You asshole! You fucking knew, and you didn't tell me! How could you? Eilish slips off her stool, moving between us. Whoa, hang on! She turns to Castle. What did you know? That Killian has me all set to marry Ares fucking Drakos! Eilish's face goes pale as she spins to face me. What? Yes, she's going to marry Ares, Castle growls quietly. My little sister turns back to gawk at him. You knew? He sighs, shoving a hand through his short hair, unable to look at me. Oh, he knew all right. He led me right into the lion's den, I hiss. Nev, come on! He whirls back, glaring at me, arms spread wide in appeal. You're acting like I'm the mastermind strategist behind the whole operation. I'm just the hired muscle, kid. That's bullshit, and we both know it. Castle is the muscle, sure, but any lunkhead with a gym fetish could have been our bodyguard. Castle got picked for the job 10 years ago, not just because he's big, or because of his background as an army ranger, but because he's very smart, tactical, and always 6 steps ahead. You knew, I hiss, accusation dripping from my lips. Castle sighs heavily. Yeah, kid, I knew. Fuck you, and stop calling me kid. I'm about to be a married woman, or haven't you heard? What was I gonna do, Nev? He snaps. Kidnap you to fucking Mexico or something? You could have dropped me out of a plane over Antarctica, and it would be better than being married into the fucking Drakos family! I scream at him. Eilish turns, her face white. You really are? I squeeze my eyes shut. She really is, Castle says quietly. It's a deal your uncle and Ares have hammered out to bury the hatchet between the two families forever. It's fucking medieval is what it is, I hiss. His eyes narrow. You think I don't agree with you? I think you're a fucking Judas, that's what I think. I spit, shoving past him behind the bar. I grab a bottle of whiskey and pour a splash into a rocks glass. My hand shakes, my nerves jangling like mad as I bring it to my lips. Nev, come on. Castle looks at me uncertainly. It's 10 in the morning. Oh, go play with your 30 pieces of silver, asshole. I take the bottle and the glass with me, stomping back around to their side of the bar and climbing onto a stool. Nev, Eilish says quietly, her voice choked as she lays a hand on my arm. What are you going to do? Run away, I spit. Kill Killian. I don't know. Castle clears his throat. Look, I'm not on board with this. Oh, so good to know. Fuck you. I'm being way harsher to Castle than I should. But right now, it's either yell at him, who brought me here today knowing what I was walking into and didn't say shit, or my equally left-out-of-the-loop sister. Between the two of them, damn straight it's going to be Castle who catches my wrath right now. I'm not on board with it, he repeats. But you have to understand why Killian played this card. It changes everything. It erases the hostilities between the families and all of the subsidiary families. It turns Drakos and Kildare into a superpower. Nev, I know you're not blind to the politics of this world. You know there's rumblings from the cartel, the Bratva. waiting for the Irish and the Greeks to tear each other to shreds so they could come in and divide up the spoils. I do know all of this. It still doesn't do a thing to calm my racing heart or quiet the fury surging in my chest. Castle sighs as he plops down on the stool next to me and drops a heavy hand to my shoulder. I'm sorry, kid. I really am. I'm not saying I like it, but the reality is, the oldest Kildare daughter marrying the oldest Draco son cleans the whole slate. Marriage is law in this world. You know that. That's why Killian went for this. It's the 21st fucking century, and we're in New York, I spit. He can fucking marry Ares. Castle smirks quietly, shaking his head. I exhale as all the fight leaves me, and dread begins to fill the empty space that remains. Fuck. Fucking fuckity fuck. Ares. I'm marrying Ares. The god of fucking war himself. The one with the godlike body molded out of sin and temptation, you mean? I flush, quickly slugging back a heavy swallow of whiskey to try and burn the traitorous, lustful thought from my head. But that just brings on other filthy thoughts involving Ares and his divine physique. His chiseled jaw and perfect cheekbones. His piercing dark eyes, dark hair, flashing white teeth and tanned skin. Not to mention his CGI abs. And his perfect ass. And his hip grooves and his... I flush violently, draining the last of my glass before I reach for the bottle again. Easy. Castle pushes it outside my reach. I turn to glare at him. Gimme! He shakes his head. I know you don't like this, but it's done. I feel Eilish sink into the stool on the other side of me and put her arms around me. Nev. It's fine, I mutter coldly. It's not, Castle grunts. Not really. It fucking stinks. For what it's worth, you better be damn sure I'll be watching for Ares to fuck up even once. He talks out of line to you, or lays a single fucking finger on you, and he'll pay for it in blood. A for effort, Cass, but I'm still mad at you. I pout. He flashes a crooked grin at me as I turn to punch him in the arm. There's a pause. Then... Ailish frowns. How real does it have to be? I shake my head. Huh? Like, maybe it's just a marriage on paper, you know? You can still live at your place, or... She looks at me hopefully. Back at home? And you can still go to class and have your own life. Maybe it's just a figurehead thing? I have no idea, I mumble, dropping my forehead into my hands, my elbows on the bar. I turn to glare at Castle. Although, I suppose you do. He shakes his head. I don't. Big help you are. He smiles wryly. Let's get you home. Or, better idea, Eilish prods. We go back to the house. She means the main Kildare house, where she, Killian, and Castle live. And disappear into a pile of cheesy movies and junk food? I glower at my empty glass. And booze? She grins. Sure. Castle drapes a hand on my shoulder. I'll get one of the guys to head into Brooklyn and pick you up some Lucali's pizza. I glare at him. You understand bribing me with my favorite pizza in the whole world is admitting your guilt, right? He shrugs. I groan. This is a nightmare. But inside, my core is tightening. My pulse is quickening. And dark, depraved thoughts are slinking and prowling around the edges of my mind. It beyond sucks that I'm marrying Ares Drakos. But if I forget who he is, and I forget the fact that we're enemies, I flush. I mean, look at the man. It could be worse. I could be marrying Ezio Adamos or someone like that. I shudder as I shove my hands through my hair. Well? Eilish prods hopefully. What do you think? I glare at her. You promise there'll be booze? She nods wryly. Fine, let's go. I turn to glare at Castle. You're still on the hook for that Lucali's pizza, don't forget. And I want an extra side of those anchovies they have, the ones from Sicily. He chuckles quietly. I'll get right on it. And I'll get right on figuring out how to torpedo this whole thing. Because as sinfully hot as Ares might be, and as much as the depraved idea of sharing a bed with him makes me shamefully aroused, no way. I'm not marrying that man as part of some mafia business arrangement. I don't care what it takes. I'll find another way. Something with diplomacy, or money, or anything. I'm not marrying Ares. Castle sticks the bottle back behind the bar, and the three of us head out to the Range Rover, me dragging my feet. I don't see the car until it's too late. I don't hear the screech of tires or the pop-popping sound of guns with silencers blasting through the windows of the passing SUV until there's no chance of diving for cover or running away. It's like I'm in a nightmare or trying to run underwater. I revolve in slow motion, horror turning my face ashen as I watch red bloom across Castle's chest through his white dress shirt. As I watch him drop like a stone to the sidewalk. As I turn and feel my heart shatter into a million pieces when I see the blood staining the front of Eilish's Chanel dress, just before her eyes roll back in her head and she collapses to the pavement. And then, over the low rumble of the New York City traffic, all I can hear is my own voice. Screaming.
Chapter 4. Berries. I step outside of the Irish pub into a blur of chaos. I'm dimly aware of automatically dropping down for cover and yanking my gun out of my jacket as the black SUV roars past, gun muzzles flashing fire through the rolled-down windows. But then I do something else. Something curious that surprises me. The bullets are still flying when I hurtle over the flower bed I've been crouched behind. I can feel them pinging off the pavement by my feet and the brick wall behind me as I bolt across the sidewalk and tackle Nev to the ground. She screams and thrashes, but I don't fucking budge. I don't ease up, covering her body with my own as the windows of the white Range Rover next to us explode into tinted black hail. Then I'm up, surging to my feet with a snarl on my lips, bringing my gun up and squeezing off a few rounds at the black SUV as it roars away. I memorize the license plate just before it screeches around a corner. It's only then that I'm aware of the screaming. I whip around, and something hardens and goes cold inside of me when for a second, seeing Nev collapse to the ground, I think she's been hit. But then I quickly realize it's not her. It's her fucking sister. The bodyguard, Castle, is down too. Well, he can wait. Get your fucking hands off of her! Move! I snarl at Nev as I drop to my knees next to Eilish. My hands run over her sides and across her midsection, where the blood is seeping into her dress. Don't fucking touch! I'm looking for entry wounds. I bark at Nev, not copping a fucking feel. Jesus! Her mouth snaps shut as the volume and intensity of my voice drags her out of her terror. I whirl back to her sister, frowning as my fingers trace over the blood. Where the fuck are the bullet holes? Nev and I both jump up when Eilish suddenly gasps for air, bolting upright with terror in her eyes. Nev! Eilish screams as her sister sobs with relief, wrapping her arms around her. The blood isn't hers. Nev and I both realize it at the same second because we suddenly look to where Castle is slumped to the ground. Fuck. You're absolutely sure? My tone is lethal. Kratos nods grimly. Had my guy at the NYPD run the plate. It's definitely one of his. His, as in that moron Ezio. The drive-by that sprayed bullets at Nev, Eilish, and Castle that very easily could have thrown this entire thing spiraling into all-out war was Ezio. I'm going to fucking kill him. Hades, Kratos, and I are holed up in a spare conference room at Mount Sinai West, the closest hospital to O'Bannon's. The three of us, together with Killian and a few of his men, rushed a wounded Castle, a shaken Eilish, and a near catatonic Nev here an hour ago. But everyone's okay. Well, mostly. The blood on Eilish was Castle's, but even so he's going to be fine. The guy was smart enough to be wearing a bulletproof vest under his shirt, which caught most of the shots that got sprayed his way. He's got a few bruised ribs and wounds on his arm, shoulder, and hip that had to be stitched up where he got grazed. That's where the blood on Eilish came from. But as much as it pains me to say it, the Kildare's top lieutenant and bodyguard is one tough son of a bitch. He's going to be fine. So is Eilish, who's only being treated for the bruise on her ass that she got when she fainted. Castle's okay. Eilish is okay. Nev, on the other hand. I feel a throb of something confusing surge through my veins as I think of the 1,000 other outcomes there could have been today. It could have and would have destroyed the peace agreement Killian and I hammered out if his niece had been gunned down by the head of one of my supposed goddamn allies. At that. Jesus. But she's okay. She's unhurt. I can't say the same will be true for Ezio when I get my hands on him. What the fuck was he thinking? Kratos mutters, pacing the floor by the windows. Hades swears under his breath. He's pissed that his son was killed by those dirty fucking micks. Then he stops short, his eyes darting to the doorway behind me. I turn to see Killian standing there, leaning against the doorframe, letting a cool, eerie green look linger on my brother. No, please. You were saying... Hades smiles sadistically. I was saying, Ezio is more than a little upset that you dirty fucking mix killed his son. The room feels tense as fuck for a second or two. I'm waiting for that weird, psycho smile on Killian's face to drop away and for him to make a sudden rush at my brother. But it never happens. He just keeps smiling like that. We might be brokering a truce and entering into a partnership here. But that doesn't mean I'm not still leery of the green-eyed Irishman and his reputation for being, well, past unhinged. Killian lets that smile of his bore right into Hades, until my brother scowls and shifts uncomfortably. Killian says nothing. But he finally lets go of Hades with his eyes, swiveling his gaze to me instead. I don't actually give a flying fuck about your man's emotional state. But you do understand that he's a dead man, yes? My jaw clenches, but I nod. Because I do understand that, even if I don't like it. Ezio's a good man, and the Adamos family served my uncle well for years. If Ezio's killed, worse if he's killed by the Kildares, and I allow it to happen, we're going to have a whole other issue on our hands. And it's one we'll have to tackle. Or rather, one all fucking have to tackle. Hail to the chief. Killian's not wrong, though. This has to happen. Ezio has to be taken out. He shot at Killian's fucking blood, for fuck's sake. It'll be handled. Hades glares at me. I glare right back. Prepe nasim vi, to katalovenomi ke odio. I mutter at him in Greek. It has to happen. We both understand that. His face darkens as he looks away, But then slowly he nods and glances back at me. Ne enojiste, cataloveno. Yes, brother. I understand. Killian eyes me. You've got exactly 1 hour to round him up and bring him to me. Or else I burn this fucking city to the ground until I find him. My mouth thins. Let's be clear about one thing. We're in agreement here, but we're entering an equal partnership. I step closer to Killian, not blinking even when he fixes me with that psycho, dead-eyed look of his. You do not give me orders or ultimatums. Is that understood? He says nothing for a few seconds. Finally, his lips curl at the corners as he raises a brow. You can unwad your panties, god of war, he mutters. We understand each other, but I need that man found. And I need him found now. I hope you can appreciate the urgency. I can, and you'll have him as soon as I find Ares. I glance at Kratos to see him nodding through the glass wall that forms the far side of the conference room. On the other side of it, a white-faced but tight-jawed man stands with his head held high, flanked by 2 of my men. Ezio. My, such prompt door-to-door delivery. I'm impressed. Killian murmurs viciously. I turn, frowning when I see him pulling a switchblade out of his jacket. Easy. I'll go easy. And slow. Hades and I glance at each other incredulously, and he gives me a what-the-fuck look. We're in a hospital, Killian, I mutter. Yes, I'm well aware of that. But we're only in a hospital because that motherfucker standing right there put my 2 nieces in it, if you'll recall. Not to mention one of my best men. Which is why I'm going to cut his skin off. The door to the conference room opens, and one of my guys sticks his head in. Mr. Dracos, Ezio would like a word. He came to us on his own, by the way. I nod, then glance around. We need to be somewhere that isn't full of fucking windows. Find us a room with some more privacy. I growl at the guard before he nods and ducks back out the door. I turn to Killian. And you. Enough with the Silence of the Lambs shit until we figure this out. I see the viciousness surge behind his eyes. Please, I add. Killian rakes his teeth over his lip, thinking. Fine. But I'm bringing my knife. You have my fucking word, Ares. 5 minutes later, we're in the hospital's chapel, with my men outside it guarding the doors. Ezio looks like he's about to piss himself as he eyes the casual way that Killian is flipping the switchblade around in his hands, with the practiced skill of a surgeon. Or a butcher. Ezio's just gotten through telling us how 3 of his men acted outside of his authority to try to take out Nev, as well as any other Kildares they could. You have to understand, they're angry, Ares. Jason was... He chokes as he looks away. He was much loved by my men, and they reacted very poorly to the news of the truce. They feel it's betraying his memory. He clears his throat nervously as he turns to Killian. I don't hold my son's death against you personally, Mr. Kildare. And as a show of good faith, though it does pain me, the 3 men responsible for today are tied up in a van downstairs. They're yours, to do it as you wish. I glance at Killian. We good? He lifts a brow, eyeing Ezio coolly before turning to me. That depends. Do you believe him? I do. I really do. I've known Ezio Aramos a long, long time. And while I understand that he and his men are angry about what happened to Jason, he's not stupid enough to start tossing bullets around in the middle of fucking Midtown Manhattan at 10 in the morning. Killian lifts a shoulder. Then yes, we're good. Ezio smiles weakly and approaches the Irishman. He puts out a hand, which Killian eyes for a second before firmly shaking it. Ezio stiffens when Killian's grip tightens, and he pulls him close. Make no mistake, Mr. Adamos. He growls quietly. If I find out you've lied to me, say if these men of yours admit certain things you've left out, perhaps under torture. Ezio shivers. Killian smiles. Then I will find you, and I'll cut you from your arsehole to the back of your fucking neck. He leans very close to Ezio. Via the front. Ezio shudders, and then nods stiffly. I understand, Mr. Kildare. Fantastic. Now, I'd very much like to be shown to this van. When Ezio and Killian are gone, and I'm alone with my brothers again, Hades whistles low and turns to me. He's certifiably insane. You know that, right? I think I picked up on that. Thank you, Hades. I mutter dryly. He shakes his head, looking away. What? Nothing. Speak, I growl. My younger brother rolls his shoulders and turns back to me. Look, I understand it's your throne. And yeah, on paper, this truce is a good thing. But, he shrugs. But, have you really considered the family you're joining ours with? It's politics, Hades. Nothing more. It's like signing a treaty between two countries. He smirks, lifting a brow. Yeah, until Nev starts popping out babies, that is. Kratos chuckles. I glare at them both. That is not happening. That confident in your pull and pray game, huh? I sigh as the two of them snicker. I mean, that is not happening. She'll be my wife in name only. I'm not going to fuck her. You're goddamn right you're not. Shit. The three of us turn at the sound of Nev's voice in the doorway. She shoots daggers at me, arms folded over her chest. Her long red hair is out of its messy ponytail from earlier, and now cascades down over her shoulders and across the green of her shirt. You lay a fucking finger on me, asshole! Leave us, I growl, turning to my brothers. The two of them eye me, then Nev, then me again. Now. I'm walking. Hades mutters, throwing a smirk Nev's way as he and Kratos slowly move past her and out the door. When we're alone, I sigh and lean against the pew behind me, folding my arms across my chest. Our castle and your sister. They'll be fine, thank you, she mutters, still scowling at me. Yes. I want to make sure you heard what I said. If you lay a single fucking finger on... I bark out a laugh. Do you think I have any interest in laying a finger on you? Nev's brows shoot up. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means, I snap. You are the furthest fucking thing from the ideal wife I could imagine. The redhead gapes at me. Okay, rude, she sneers, shaking her head. And fuck you too. You're tempestuous, opinionated, rash, foul-mouthed. Shall I continue? Oh, please do. You're a slob. I'm not... I've seen your bedroom, Nev. Her words die in her throat. Don't even try to deny it. Nev's face burns hotly as she glowers at me. You have no grace. You're difficult, and... I run an eloquent gaze over her attire. You have an abysmal sense of fashion. Her mouth makes a wide and scandalized O shape. Okay, so, first, asshole, eat a bag of dicks. She gasps as I move closer to her. All that said, I growl, making her shiver as I loom right over her. When we're married, when you're my wife. Her breath catches sharply as my hand comes up to cup her jaw. If I choose to lay a finger on you, or several fingers, or even a whole hand, I smile coldly, or things other than a hand. Her eyes grow even wider as her face turns crimson. You son of a... If I choose to do any of that, to exercise my marital right, I hiss thinly, I will. Is that understood? Nev bristles, simmering with hatred and heat as she glares up into my eyes. Take your hands off of me. I keep my eyes locked on her. She swallows, and I try to ignore the way her pulse hums hotly underneath my fingertips. I said, take your hands off. My fingers leave her skin, and my hand drops back to my side. But I don't move away. For now I will. But soon, Nev. I murmur quietly, relishing the way her breath hitches a little as I move closer. When you're my wife, should I choose to, I'll be putting my hands on you whenever I want. Wherever I want. Her face throbs with heat, her eyes bulge, and I can't miss the way her throat moves as she swallows the lump caught in it. I'd like to see you try, asshole, she hisses. Challenge accepted. I turn and walk out the door without another word. Alone in the elevator a minute later, I lean against the wall, my pulse thudding in my ears. I wasn't lying, or trying to be an asshole. She really is the furthest thing I could have imagined for myself as a wife. She is all of those things I mentioned, and all of those things grind the fuck out of my gears. So why does the idea of laying my hands on her despite all that give me such a thrill? Why does it turn my blood to liquid fire and my cock to fucking steel? Why does the idea of fighting with this woman I don't even like for her obedience and submission fire me up so much? And why does the idea of Nev Kildare, with all her fight and all her attitude, on her knees looking up at me and begging for my cock, engulf me with a desire stronger than anything I've ever felt in my life? Maybe I'll tame her. Or maybe she'll kill me in my sleep. Either way, this is happening. The only thing to do now is buckle up and hold on tight.
Chapter 5. Nev. Drink? Do bears shit in the woods? My uncle smirks, glancing at me over his shoulder as he pours 2 large whiskeys. I don't remember you having such a mouth on you when you were younger. He turns from the bar cart and moves to sit at his desk, formerly my father's desk, before sliding one of the glasses across it toward me. Slancha. Cheers, I murmur, clinking my glass to his before bringing it to my lips. And that was probably because I was 12, the last time he spent any amount of time in New York. He lifts a brow in acknowledgement. So since then, you've gone full gangster. I grin. Go figure. You get raised by a crime boss in a crime family doing criminal stuff, and then everyone acts all shocked when you don't turn out to be a princess or a congresswoman. Unless you're Eilish. I roll my eyes, and my uncle chuckles quietly. I'm joking, and I'm not comparing you two. I take another thoughtful sip. Sometimes I wish I was more like her. And why is that? I snort. I don't know. Maybe because she's nice? Killian shrugs, sipping his drink. Nice can be a handicap. I don't know about that. It's working out pretty good for Eilish. People like her. And I'm just... prickly. I grin. Gee, thanks. He grins back, toasting me with his glass before taking another long sip. I drink as well, glancing around at the office around us. I hardly ever used to come in here. Back when it was my father's office, in my father's house. Killian hasn't changed it much since he moved in with us a few months ago, after the shooting. But there's enough of him here now that it's beginning to feel more like his office than Dad's. We grieved when my father was killed. Eilish and I, that is. But then, after some time, and a few tears, we were okay. Most people around us, I'm sure, have speculated that we're both putting on a brave face with all the changes that followed. That it's all an act. We're not. And it's not. Here's the thing. Eilish and I loved our father. And despite his coldness and his brutality, I'm sure he loved us too. But after Mom died, he just sort of... I don't know how to put it. It wasn't that he didn't love us. It was just that he was one of those parents that really didn't ever take to parenting. Declan Kildare was our biological father, but he wasn't ever really our dad, if that makes sense. And as to being a family, especially after Mom died, forget it. We were more like strangers who happened to be related. How's Castle? Killian grunts. He's not going to find it easy to breathe for a while with those bruised ribs, but he'll be fine. Eilish? I shrug. Also fine. We watched her favorite movie and pigged out on junk food before she fell asleep. She'll be okay. She's just a little shaken up. And you're not. My brow furrows. Am I? Weirdly, no, I'm not. Which makes no sense. It's not as if I've ever been witness to a drive-by shooting before. Maybe a little. I lie. Killian, of course, sees right through me, but he doesn't push it or call me out on it. I frown as I glance at him over the rim of my glass. Any word on the shooters? Handled. Who was it? No one you need to be concerned about. I sigh heavily. Uncle. Fine. Some of Ezio Adamos's men, acting out of turn and strictly on their own. And you believe that? I do now. I frown. Why? Killian just smiles quietly, a venomous glint in his eyes. Oh, I can connect the dots on my own. Most people are scared of my uncle, but I'm not, and I'm not sure I ever have been. I mean, obviously I see him for who and what he is. I understand there's a voracious darkness in him, just as I understand that he probably is legit somewhere on the sociopath spectrum, if that's even a thing. But I don't fear him. I know he's lethally dangerous if you're his enemy, but he's not a monster. I've seen real monsters when I was 9. So has Killian. He saved me from one. My uncle sighs, setting his whiskey down and steepling his fingers under his chin. I need to apologize for today. You mean not telling me I was going to be a political bargaining chip? Yeah. I suck on my teeth as I eye him across the desk. Why didn't you tell me before? He shrugs. Because I hadn't completely decided one way or the other until we sat at that conference table today. I'm a people reader, and even if we talked about it beforehand, I had to sit down in that room with the two of you and read both his face and yours before I made my decision. Your decision. There's an edge to my voice that he doesn't miss. Yes, Nev, my decision, as the head of this entire family and organization. Anger surges in my chest. And do I get no say in the fact that I'm being married off? He shrugs. Oh, you do. It's just a much smaller say than mine. I stare at him. Killian just sips his whiskey and looks right back at me. And if I refuse? I wouldn't suggest doing that. No, I snap. Will I get the same treatment as whatever unholy hell happened to Ezio Adamos's men today? Killian sighs quietly. Nev, I think you know me well enough to know I'd go to the ends of the earth to protect you from harm. He really would. My anger fades. Embarrassment at my own accusations rises hotly in my cheeks, and I look away. I could threaten you, Nev, he growls quietly. Remind you that I could take away the trust fund that pays for your fancy apartment, your clothes, your whole life. I don't need a fancy and your education. My lips purse as I squint at him. You could threaten? Or you are threatening? My threats are seldom inconspicuous. He frowns deeply, twisting the glass on his desk in front of him. Nev, this is happening. It has to. End of story. But why is that? I snap. Look around you, he growls. The Kildare family has done well for itself. Very, very well indeed. But we've hit our ceiling. Our rivals, on the other hand, don't seem to have a ceiling. The cartel, the Bratva, Nev, they're more than criminal organizations. They're multinational empires now. So, I'm marrying Ares Draco so you can buy a bigger house? He rolls his eyes. Don't pretend to be fucking stupid, Nev, because I know you're not. This isn't about greed. It's about survival. If we don't grow, we'll be left in the dust and the shadows that those who are building the new empires leave in their wake. Killian sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Ending the bloodshed with the Dracos family is imperative to survival today. Partnering with them is the only way to ensure we have a future. Anger simmers under my skin as I stand abruptly, knock back the rest of my whiskey, and slam the glass back down on the desk. So, I guess I just drew the short straw then. You sure fucking did, he hisses. And I'm sorry for that. I truly am. But this is how families survive in this game, Nev. You know that. Look, I didn't wish this for you. But this really is the only way. I need some air. I start to make for the door to his office when his voice stops me. Nev. Killian stands, his knuckles on the desk as he levels his eyes at me. You'll marry Ares Dracos, and that's final.
Chapter 6. Ares. Ares! My grandmother smiles a regal, practiced smile as she embraces me. Che poscini pole misteshmu. And how is my warrior? I'm fine, Yaya. I hug her back, her frail bird-like frame disappearing into my enormous arms for a minute, before I pull back. She may be tiny, and it might look like a strong breeze would blow her to dust, but only a fool would underestimate or discount Dimitra Dracos. Those thin, frail arms and that hawkish face contain all the lethality of a machine gun combined with the subtleness of a knife through the ribs. And no small wind is going to do shit to a woman whom even hurricanes fear. Come, Ares, let's sit. Dimitra leads me through the lavish Dracos family home that I lived in before moving to the UK. A stunning and staggering neoclassical mansion perched at the top of a 40-story building on Central Park South. 12 bedrooms, twice as many bathrooms, terraces with grounds, complete with 2 pools and a tennis court, and a wine cellar that rivals almost any other private collection in the States. Needless to say, the line of brokers salivating in anticipation of the day we decide to sell this place is lengthy. But they can drool all they want. It will stay in our family forever. When we step into the parlor, Dimitra's favorite place in the house to hold court, we find it already occupied by Calliope. Ever since we all moved back to New York, Calliope and Kratos are living here with Yaya. I'm in my new place on the west side, and Hades is, to the best of my knowledge, somewhere in the lower east side, maybe Alphabet City. His exact address is a mystery. But given my younger brother's fondness for hedonism and chaos, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want to be dropping by unannounced anyway. When we walk into the room, my sister glances up from whatever she's scrolling on her phone and smiles wanly at me. I know why. One of the 3 men responsible for the shooting yesterday was a younger guy. Tomas, I think his name was. I sincerely doubt it was anything romantic, but I know he and Calliope palled around and were part of the same clubbing scene from time to time, being the same age. Now, if he's lucky, Killian's already killed him. If he's not lucky, well, he's not dead yet. And my sister is fully aware that I gave the go-ahead for that to happen. But even if she's angry or hurting, even Calliope understands how our world operates. There are rules. There are chains of command. This is not a democracy. It's a fucking absolute monarchy. And unfortunately, yesterday it was on me to play not only king, but judge and jury too. It was only the executioner part I left to Killian. I feel slightly bad about the way that had to play out, but Tomas and the other 2 men stepped out of line, so they paid the price. That's the law of the jungle. How are you? Calliope sighs, shrugging, the brief flash of anger on her face melting away. Again, I know she understands how this all works, and I know even through her anger she knows I had no choice to do what I did. Still, I'll talk to her more later, away from Dimitra. I'm fine. Still a little spooked from yesterday, but fine. Dimitra makes an annoyed clucking sound against her teeth. My grandchildren are barely back home with me, and already I have to worry about violence. It's been dealt with, Yaya. I growl quietly. It won't happen again. She sighs, shaking her head before glancing at my sister. Kali, my love, could you give us the room, please? My sister nods, putting her phone away and standing. Ne, Yaya. She walks over and gives our grandmother a quick hug and peck on the cheek before she turns to me. We're long overdue for a dinner, I murmur. Let's fix that soon, please. I want to. It's fine, Ares. She smiles wryly. I'm fine. Really. I get it, okay? Her brow arches. You're the king now, right? She gives me a half smile as she pats my chest and walks past me out of the room. She's angry about Ezio's men, yes? I turn to nod at Dimitra. She is. About one in particular. My grandmother frowns as she takes a seat on one of the sofas by the gigantic fireplace. I sit on the one opposite the little table between us. She loved him. I shake my head. No. I don't think so. Lusted for him, then. My nose wrinkles. Also, no. I think they were just friends. Relief floods Dimitra's face. Good. We wouldn't want any rumors getting back to... That fucking pig. Dimitra's face stiffens at my language. She's old-fashioned that way. But she lets it slide, only giving me a twisted smile. Who she's referring to, and who I will always refer to as that fucking pig, is Luca Carvelli, head of the Carvelli crime family on the West Coast. A disgusting creep of a man with less than 0 honor. Who unfortunately also happens to be betrothed to my sister. The arrangement was made by our father years ago to settle a dispute between the families as well as cement a business pact that made both parties very, very rich. I'd burn the whole thing to the ground if I could, though. The idea of them together makes my skin crawl. Because Luca is a violent, cruel man, not to mention 30 years older than Calliope. The one saving grace to the whole arrangement is that she doesn't become his until she turns 21. But that's coming up quickly. It is what it is, Ares. This is how these things work. You obviously know that. But we can talk about your sister another time, Demetra says with a slow nod. Today, I wish to talk about you. Well, here I am. With a chip on your shoulder, and words caged behind angry teeth. Yes, I can see that. I sigh. Yeah. I'm doing what I need to do for our family. Please don't expect me to enjoy it. She chuckles. Ares, you are hardly the first Dracos to marry for reasons other than true love. And please don't try to tell me you're not at least a little bit attracted to her. She's a very pretty girl. I grunt noncommittally, even if my mind is flashing to 1,000 swirling thoughts of Nev's face, of her sharp green eyes and fiery red hair, of her perfect tits and mouth-watering ass when she changed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that I can see into her apartment just as easily as she's been spying into mine. She'll make very pretty babies with you, too. I blink, snapping out of my fantasies to make a sour face. Not happening. She snorts, waving a hand at me as she shakes her head. I know she is. It's not nonsense, Yaya. That isn't part of the arrangement. We'll marry. We'll join Dracos to Kildare and keep the blood from spilling into the streets, but I will not be... And why is that? I scowl. Because she's... awful. Demetra cackles, her frail little shoulders rising and falling like tucked-back buzzard wings. Please, how exactly is she awful? Would you like the full list or just the bullet-point elevator pitch? Theamu, the dramatics. My jaw clenches. She's headstrong, obstinate. Strong men need not fear strong women, Ares. Ohi, Yaya. I don't fear her as such, and it's not her strength that gets under my skin. No, it's her stubbornness. Plus she's flighty, quick-tempered. I start to tick them off on my fingers. Foul-mouthed, crude, lazy, unsophisticated, and she tries to cover all of these flaws with an endless stream of sarcasm. Well, you're marrying her, Demetra shrugs. Yes, I growl. I am. Then make her into what she needs to be. And what is that exactly? A queen fit for a god, Ares. My grandmother shrugs quietly. Do you think everyone marries for love? People in families like ours have married for power and protection for centuries. Do not forget, we are the descendants of Spartans. It's her favorite myth, one that she persists in clinging to. That my siblings and I are directly related to the shirtless guys with the CGI abs from the movie 300. I don't have time for a queen or a wife, I grunt. I'm trying to lead an empire. Not pick out coordinating fucking cutlery sets in China, or fucking curtains. Not, I gather, that Nev Kildare is that type of woman in the slightest, but still. Crap. Demetra isn't wrong. Nev is a stunningly beautiful girl. And in wildly different circumstances, if she wasn't her or if I wasn't me, then yes, I'd be more than happy to have her in my bed. On her knees, across my lap, against the fucking windows begging me to fuck her anyway in any place I choose with every inch of my thick cock. But Jesus Christ, none of that would involve fucking marrying her. Is it her, or the concept of marriage, that you seem to find distasteful? I have nothing against marriage. What about as it pertains to you, personally? I shrug. I have nothing against getting married myself, no. And who would you marry, exactly? If we weren't in this situation, and you had free choice. That's easy. A good Greek. She scoffs abruptly. Don't what? Don't try to pander to me with a good Greek girl, grandson. I've seen the girls you date. They're rarely Greek, and believe me, none of them is good, in any way. I scowl. Demetra smirks at me. There's a pause. It's a good match, Ares. For the family. For the family, yes. But for you, too. Who's pandering to whom now? Proseceti glossasu. She gasps with a cluck of her teeth and scandalized look on her face. Watch your tongue. But when I grin, she rolls her eyes and smiles back. She reaches across the table between us, taking my hands in her small, wizened ones. Agalli geneti aguri dhamelli. Little by little, it becomes honey. That's about grapes and wine. She shrugs. It's a Greek proverb. It can be about anything. Grapes, wine. She arches a silver brow at me. Marriage. My brow furrows as my jaw sets. Demetra pats my hand. If it's not perfect, or if she's not who you need her to be, then mold her. Mold both of you, if need be. How the hell am I supposed to... You're a king, Ares, she murmurs, eyeing me coolly. You will do whatever you need to do for your family, even if it means putting on a mask and playing the part you need to play. Then with a shrug, she casts off her stern look and smiles at me as she pats my hand again, more gently this time. Come, let's find Kratos and your sister. I want to eat dinner outside tonight. And I want to figure out how the fuck I'm supposed to marry the sharp-tongued, defiant little witch across the street from me, without both of us killing each other. And I want to figure that out fast.
Chapter 7. Nev. Holy shit. This place is a fucking palace. From what I gather, there are 2 ways up to the sprawling, opulent, neoclassical mansion that the Dracos family calls home here in New York. You can either take the private elevator that goes straight up into the house itself, or you can take the other elevator, the one that stops at the floor below the roof of the main building, on top of which the mansion sits. From there, an elegant glass and stone staircase winds up into the grounds of the estate, letting the visitor step out of a gazebo-type structure across the gardens from the mansion itself. Yes, there are gardens. There are grounds. And yes, you can guess which entrance Killian, Castle, Eilish, and I are led through when we arrive at the Dracos home for the celebration dinner to honor Ares and my impending unholy matrimony. We're on Central Park South, aka Billionaire's Row, and the Dracos family has what looks like could be an estate in the English countryside, complete with rose gardens, classical sculptures, a tennis court, and 2 pools, all sitting on fucking top of a building overlooking Central fucking Park. It's wild. Needless to say, try as I can to keep my cool, my jaw still hits the floor when we step out of that gazebo. The grounds are draped with twinkling white string lights and hanging bulbs. A string quartet plays quietly on the far side of pool number 1, and the waiters in white dinner jackets are everywhere, passing trays of hors d'oeuvres and crystal flutes of champagne. I've grown up with wealth, and the Kildare townhouse on the Upper East Side is dripping with money. But still, I mean, holy shit. Bit over the top, isn't it? I smile when I hear the familiar voice. When I turn, I grin and allow the portly older man to scoop me into a big hug. Owen! Eilish beams when our father's old friend lets me go and pulls her into a bear hug as well. Owen is Owen Foley, head of the Foley family, a subsidiary to the Kildare Empire. He and our parents were good friends, and we've known him since his waistline was about half of what it is now, and his hair, what's left of it, was sandy blonde instead of silvery gray. He's old school. By which, I mean he might live like a prince now, but he came up through the ranks breaking kneecaps and cracking skulls like a real gangster. He's sweet as a teddy bear to Eilish and me, even often referring to us as his nieces. But he is not someone I'd want to be on the bad side of. Owen turns to clap a friendly hand on Castle's shoulder before he shakes Killian's hand firmly.
Well, you did it, you crazy son of a bitch. Congratulations.
Killian lifts a shoulder deprecatingly as he slips a cigarette between his lips and lights it with a deft flick of his silver Zippo before turning to nod his chin at me.
Nev deserves the real credit, not me.
Owen makes a clucking sound with his teeth as he shakes his head.
You're doing the family a huge service, Nev. I know it might seem grim, but when the Kildare Empire grows into a dynasty—
Hey, Owen. I smile weakly. Is it all right with you if we get through dinner before we start tossing around the word dynasty? He grins.
Of course, of course.
He pulls me in for another hug and kisses the top of my head.
Forgive an old man for being proud of you?
Killian frowns as he glances around.
Who do I have to bribe to get one of those waiters to bring me something that isn't fucking champagne?
I grin as I turn to scan the stunning rooftop garden. I'm sure we can— I freeze when my gaze is caught and hooked tight by another's. Someone with piercing dark eyes and a lethally sharp jaw. Someone with dark, tousled hair and tanned skin. Someone who looks way too fucking good in his dark suit right now. Aries' gaze doesn't move 1 millimeter away from mine as he strides across the garden to where we're all clustered. There's a coldness to his smile as his eyes stab into me. I glare right back, a small sneer on my own lips. It's only when he stepped into the middle of us that the stern, dark look on his face cracks suddenly into a cordial, welcoming smile. Interesting. Ares might not have been born a king, but he's grown into the role very well. He's good at this, blending in when he has to, appeasing when he has to. Also being terrifying and intimidating when he has to.
Thank you all for coming, and welcome to my family's home.
Oh, this is your home? Castle mutters, only half under his breath.
And here I thought we were at the Museum of Modern Art.
I freeze, watching Killian bite back a smirk. Ares eyes Castle coolly, but his charming smile persists.
Like the Irish, the Greeks had to take what they could, when they could, after coming to this country. This—
He turns and waves a hand at the sprawling mansion behind him.
—is thanks to my great-grandfather Nico. He had a moderately successful smuggling business, involving 6 fishing boats moving hidden cargo between Greece, Turkey, and Italy. When World War I broke out, there were countries with a vested interest in supplying the Allied powers with weapons and aid, but couldn't be seen doing so, as they weren't officially in the war yet.
Smart man, your great-grandfather. Ares nods at Killian.
Indeed. Smart, crazy, and ballsy enough to offer his services to the United States government for a price. After the war ended, he came to New York and bought the very building we're standing on top of. He'd taken half his payment in war bonds, which meant when the Great Depression hit, he was fine. He bought into the stock market for pennies on the dollar, and when it bounced back, well—
He shrugs with an easy smile.
Let's just say there's a reason this house looks like it was built in the English countryside.
Next to me, Eilish's brows shoot up. You're joking.
Not at all. He had the whole thing shipped here brick by brick and reassembled.
Ares clears his throat.
But enough about my house.
He turns and shakes Killian's hand, then Owen's, before turning to Castle.
I hope you're feeling better. I'm fine, Castle grunts. And you, Ms. Kildare.
Ares turns, his face full of dashing charm as he smiles radiantly at my sister.
I need to sincerely apologize for what happened the other day.
Oh, it's... She stammers, and blushes. Fucking blushes. My mouth purses. Don't fall for his bullshit, Eilish. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. And you look gorgeous, if I may say so.
Her blush deepens as she glances down at the beautiful teal Matichevsky gown she's wearing to the formal dinner tonight, which of course makes her look even more like a Disney fucking princess. I have to admit, the color is stunning with her hair. Ares' fake saccharine smile stays plastered on his face as he finally turns to let those piercing eyes cut into me. I meet his gaze without flinching.
And of course, my lovely bride-to-be, who looks absolutely radiant tonight.
I shift uncomfortably in the black sequined Dolce & Gabbana number I'm wearing that feels half a size too small. My brow cocks. Thanks. It's Eilish's.
Well, with all due respect to your sister, it looks like it was made for you.
And then suddenly, still smiling sweetly, still letting those eyes slice into me, Ares moves right into my personal space. And then, the bastard keeps going. His hand slides over my hip, and suddenly, every nerve in my body sparks as I realize what's happening. Holy fuck, is he seriously about to fucking kiss me? Yes, he is. But I turn my head at the last minute, shivering when I feel his soft lips and the scruff of his jaw brush against my cheek. I'm still shaking and tingling when he pulls away and smiles to the rest of the group.
Well, shall we go inside? Killian, I'll bet you could use a real drink.
He beckons to one of the staff waiting in the shadows, who promptly rushes over.
Please, escort our guests of honor inside and see that they're taken good care of.
The man nods, smiling as he gestures for us to go with him. But I hang back, watching as Owen, Castle, Killian, and my sister follow him across the gardens. It's not lost on me that Ares doesn't go with them. Don't think I don't notice what you're doing, I mutter, turning to glare at him.
And what, exactly, am I doing?
Laying it on a little thick, aren't you? He smiles mirthlessly at me, arching a brow.
It's called being cordial. You should try it sometime.
Great. I'm going to go find a proper drink.
I noticed you put up curtains.
I flush, simmering under his gaze. Yeah, I heard there was a peeping Tom in the neighborhood.
Funny. I heard the same thing.
I try not to choke on my champagne.
I find it amusing that you bothered, though.
My brow furrows. And why is that? The gasp falls unbidden from my lips as he slides his hand over my hip and pulls close to me again. I try to move back, but his grip on my hip tightens, keeping me pinned against his hard, powerful body. His mouth lowers, and I tremble when I feel his breath against my ear.
Because there won't be any curtains between us once you're my wife.
Sweet Jesus. Something wicked and wrong throbs deep in my core, melting into heat that pools between my thighs. Which is precisely when Ares abruptly pulls away. I stare at him with a mix of shock and anger. Excuse me?
When we're married, you won't be hiding behind a curtain.
No. The curtains will very much be staying up. He shrugs.
All right, but it won't matter.
Why not?
Because you won't be living there. You'll be living with me.
I blink in surprise. No, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. And before you go whining to your uncle, believe me, he'll agree with me.
Why on earth would I live with you?
This may come as a shock, but it's a fairly common practice for married couples.
I glare at him. But we aren't a couple. We're a peace agreement.
Yes, a peace agreement that needs to be recognized not just by your family and mine, but all of our tributary and subsidiary families, by our business associates, by our enemies and rivals even.
Ares narrows his simmering dark eyes at me.
We have to sell this, Nev, or it doesn't work. So yes, you'll be living with me. Now,
he clears his throat, pulling away.
I'm going to go make the rounds with the other guests and exchange pleasantries. I suggest you do the same.
And then he's gone, pulling away, turning, and striding back across the garden into the small crowd of guests. I'm exhausted within 10 minutes of stepping into the grand house. Person after person, heads of tributary families to both Dracos and Kildare, relatives, business associates, come up to me to congratulate me on my impending nuptials. And in those 10 minutes, I'm honestly stunned that every single person here is either too dumb to realize how obviously staged my marriage to Ares is, or else is a really good actor. Here! I jump, whipping around at the new voice behind me. But instead of yet another offered hand or kiss on the cheek to endure, I come face to face with a stunning girl with dark hair and bright blue eyes, wearing a gorgeous off-white strappy dress that beautifully complements her tanned olive skin. Calliope Dracos, Ares' younger sister. I thought you could probably use this. She raises one of the 2 crystal tumblers in her hands, filled with amber liquid and a single round ball of ice, and offers it to me. Whiskey's your poison, right? I think alcohol is my poison tonight. But yeah, it is. I smile curiously as I take it from her hand. Thank you. No problem. I'm Calliope. Hey, I know who you are. I grin sheepishly. Sorry. Same. Bored out of your skull yet? More like completely overwhelmed, honestly. Calliope nods, arching her brows as she clinks her glass to mine. Well, cheers. Aren't fake marriages fun? She drawls sarcastically. You can't tell if everyone around you is a really good actor, or else just way dumber than you'd have thought. Am I right? Oh my God, exactly, I blurt. I mean, come on. It's not like everyone here can seriously think your brother and I had a cliched Hollywood meet-cute, can they? She laughs, taking a sip of her drink. Some probably can. Others just know how to play the game. Or, if you're my yaya, she turns to nod at, and then smile and wave to, an ancient-looking, tiny old lady sitting across the foyer in one of the living rooms full of party guests. The woman smiles at Calliope before turning her gaze onto me, where it lingers a bit before she gives a small nod. That's my grandmother, Demetra. She's like old school Greek mafia. In her mind, getting married to someone you don't know in order to settle a feud is a Hollywood meet-cute. I'm fairly sure that's how she and my grandfather got together, actually. Can't wait for the movie. She snickers. Only if Glenn Close plays Yaya. I laugh. I'd watch it. We smile as an awkward silence descends, both of us sipping our drinks slowly. Look, I get it. Ares isn't who you probably envisioned for yourself. Yeah, hardly. I wince the second I say it, shooting her an apologetic look. Fuck, I'm so sorry. That came out totally wrong. But Calliope just brushes it off. No problem. Look, I get it. My brother can be a dick. But he's not terrible. Trust me, there are way worse arranged mafia marriages out there. Yeah? Like whose? I mutter bitterly. Like mine. I flinch, frowning as my eyes dart back to hers. Shit, I fucked up again. I'm so sorry. I didn't... don't sweat it. I'm kind of famous for putting my foot in my mouth, I mumble. Sorry. She just laughs quietly. No, really, it's fine. I mean, no, it's not fine. He's a troll and 30 years older than me. My face falls. Fuck. Tell me about it. The glamorous life of crime family daughters. When? Not for another year. Well, less than a year now. But don't worry. I've got it sorted. I make a face. Let me guess. Sorted as in you've made peace with it. Fuck no. I mean sorted as in I'm going to buy a fake passport and diss a fucking peer before I marry that creep. I frown, not sure if she's serious or not. When she grins and winks at me, I grin back. I take a sip of my drink, turning to scan the crowd before my gaze suddenly snaps to a stop. On Ares. More specifically, on Ares grinning all over, talking with a pretty girl in a red dress with an extremely plunging neckline who's currently playing with his tie. I don't even realize my jaw is clenching until it actually starts to hurt. It's like a splash of cold water, shaking me and yanking my focus from the two of them. I quickly take a large sip of my drink. What the fuck was that? Jealousy? I make a face at myself. Get a freaking grip, girl. I don't even like Ares, and our marriage is a joke. I'm not jealous of him flirting with whoever the hell that is. But when I glance back, it's back again. That green monster writhing inside of me, clawing its way out of my chest as my eyes fix on the two of them. What is that cow even doing here? I start, blinking as I whip my attention back to Calliope. She glances past me to the vixen in the red dress. Lucia Bollinaro. I mean, honestly, don't read anything into it. She's been barking up my brother's tree for years. But still, she glares at Ares. Not a great look at your own engagement party, asshat. Ares, as if sensing our attention, turns our way. He grins when he sees his sister. When he realizes it's me standing next to her, he keeps grinning. But this time, there's a little smirk to it as well. And before I know what's happening, he's walking over to us with the girl. There you are, he says smoothly to me. Dear, this is Lucia. Lucia, this is Nev. The girl in red smiles plastically at me. So I've heard. My, don't you clean up well? I blink, staring at her in shock. I mean, I went to private school, and I grew up with money. I can talk smack as hard as she wants to go. But it catches me enough off guard that I'm momentarily at a loss for words. Calliope, however, is not. Doesn't she? She coos sarcastically at Lucia. Pity you don't. Ares' brow furrows deeply as he shoots a cold glare at his sister before turning to me. Lucia's father is Ricardo Bollinaro. Head of the Bollinaro cartel goes unsaid. Oh! Calliope nods slowly. So that explains the coke under your nose. Lucia's hand flies to her nostrils, which don't actually have any cocaine on them. At least, not right now. When she realizes it, she launches a withering look at Calliope. "And how is your 50-year-old fiancé, Calliope?" "Oh, great," she gushes back in a fake Valley Girl voice. "Actually, you probably know him." Lucia frowns. "Why would—" "I'm sure he's friends with all those other old guy sugar daddies you usually hang your daddy issues all over." It takes everything I have not to burst out laughing. Like, everything. Calliope is officially all right in my fucking book. Lucia, meanwhile, glares daggers at Calliope before turning to me. "Congratulations," she mutters with zero meaning behind it, before turning and stalking back to the party. "Bye! Miss you! Kisses!" Calliope throws out after her. Ares' face is cold and stern as he turns to level his gaze at his sister. "What the actual fuck, Callie?" "What? She's a cunt. And it's a seriously bad look to be flirting with other girls at your own engagement party." He rolls his eyes. "I wasn't flirting. And she's an important business connection. Grow up." Calliope glares back at him. "Well, your actual fiancé is super cool, and that wasn't. Don't be a dick." "And don't make me threaten the bartenders with bodily harm if they keep serving you." "Hey!" Calliope blurts as her brother plucks the glass from her hand. "You're 20, not 21. "Oh my God, how are you the literal head of a crime family and this much of a simp for the rules?" She sighs, turning to me. "It was great to meet you. Sorry my brother is such a wet blanket." I grin. "Great to meet you too, Calliope. Callie. You can just call me Callie." And with that, she turns and melts into the party, leaving Ares and me alone. Wow. Well, Lucia seems so great. Fuck. I hate that I said it the second it flies out of my mouth, because it makes me sound jealous. I grip my teeth, willing the heat spreading across my face to go away. I turn to see Ares smirking at me, his devilish eyes glinting. No. Gross. He grins. Lucia really is just a business contact. But just because one of us has some fun in this city. I see red. Or green, or, I don't know, brown or something. Whatever it is, it has me bristling as I purse my lips at him. Hey, I have fun. Not from what I've seen through your bedroom windows, you don't. I glare at him. Creep. Pot, meet kettle. I roll my eyes. I wasn't jealous, but you're the one who said we had to sell this. It's going to look pretty bad if my new husband is out sticking his dick in every pretty girl he sees. I completely agree. Wait, what? I turn back to him, shivering as his gaze slices into me, as his hand suddenly glides sensually over my hip, melting my flesh. Which is why I'll only be sticking my dick into one pretty girl. His hand suddenly slides all the way back, making my eyes bulge as he casually and brazenly cups my ass through the gown. I gulp. You wish. I don't have to wish. I know. Keep dreaming, asshole. I've noticed you haven't moved my hand from your ass, by the way. I flush bright red as I shove my hand back and grab his wrist. It's too late now. Late? Why? Because I've already been grabbing your ass for the last minute and a half, and people have noticed. Now they're watching, because they think it's cute. If you shove my hand away, it's going to look bad. It's also going to look bad if I stab you in the dick with my heel in 5 seconds. Get your fucking hand off my ass.
I will, when it's appropriate to do so.
I stare at him. It's appropriate to take your hand off someone when they fucking ask you to. His grin widens.
You do know we're supposed to make little peace treaty babies, don't you?
I flush deeply, shivering under the heat and power of his hand still on my ass.
Now, how do you suppose we'll do that without
His grin widens.
The mechanics involved?
My cheeks burn hotly as I glare up into his unreasonable, outrageously attractive face. There's not going to be any babies, and there's certainly not going to be any mechanics between us.
I think we should put a wager on...
Nev? I jump at the sound of my sister's voice. I whip around, quickly yanking Aries' hand off my ass at the same time. Oh, hey, I blurt awkwardly. My face is still throbbing. So is my ass, where his hand was just gripping me. Have you seen Castle? No? Why? She chews on her lip, turning to scan the room. Eilish? What's up? Her eyes start to Aries and back to me. That Ezio guy just walked in. Shit. And I'm worried that Castle will, start something. Yeah, same. Shit. Okay, you head that way. I'll head over there. Eilish nods and disappears back into the party. I turn to go the other way when Aries stops me with a firm grip on my arm.
I'll come with you. I can help.
You know what? I smile sweetly at him. How about I go this way, and you go help Lucia find the missing front clasp on her gown, or a fucking bra, for that matter. I turn on my heel, yanking my arm away as I plunge into the crowd. I am not jealous. No fucking way.
Chapter 8. Aries. What's going on? I grimace at Kratos' worried face. Ezio's here. Shit. Yeah, I need him out of here before he lights a fucking fuse on this thing. Kratos nods. On it. Any idea where Hades is? My younger brother gives me a significant look and I roll my eyes. Great. Some girl. As if I don't have enough fires popping up without Hades sticking his dick in the daughter of a subsidiary family. Or worse, one of the Kildare's subsidiary families. Find him. Make him put his dick back in his pants and then fucking find Ezio. Please. I've got you. Kratos rumbles before turning and shoving his way into the party. Well, she's going to be a lot of fun, isn't she? I frown, turning at the sound of Lucia's voice. Excuse me? She rolls her eyes. Your wife. I can see where she's going with this, because it's happened before, with other women I've been with. Even though every relationship I've ever had could be described as casual at best. And that's being very generous. Lucia and I go fairly far back together. Not together, of course, though she's made it painfully abundantly clear that she'd be more than okay with it, if things were to go there between us. Spoiler alert. They won't. Ever. I could list all sorts of reasons why they won't, like the fantastic business her father and our family do together, and that the chance of us getting together and then not working out could jeopardize that. Or the fact that I know damn well that Riccardo Bolinaro has other marriage plans for his only daughter. But most importantly, Lucia and I have never been, and will never be, a thing, because I see right through her. Her overblown attempts at flirting or seduction when it comes to me aren't because she's interested. it's because she's fucking good at what she does. For all intents and purposes, Lucia is the voice and seat of power for the Bolinaro cartel, at least stateside, where her father has a hard time visiting due to ongoing legal issues. And she does it all hiding in plain sight as a trust fund brat partying with the international socialite crowd. Bottom line, Lucia sees me as a mark, and she thinks showing her cleavage and disparaging the woman I'm going to marry is a means of breaking down my defenses, especially when it comes to the terms of the trade deal between her family and mine that we've been trying to hammer out. Eddie's? I frown, snapping out of my reverie and staring at her through a furrowed brow. What did you say about my wife? Lucia rolls her eyes. I said she's going to be fun. You know what? I'm going to do us both a favor right here and right now, Lucia. I snap, startling her. Eddie's, I will not allow you to shit on Nev Kildare. Is that crystal fucking clear? She frowns. Why? I stare at her. Because it's obnoxious and unnecessary. No, I mean, why is she the line you won't cross? Or allow someone else to cross? My brow furrows, my thoughts snarling into a sudden traffic jam. Because she's going to be my wife. That's why. Eddie's, please. I'm not one of the sycophants here to kiss the ring or bow at your feet. We both know why you're marrying. The why is none of your fucking concern. I growl. Now is that clear? Her lips purse. This honestly may be the first time in her entire life a man has ever said no to her. I asked you a question, Lucia. Is that clear? Her face darkens, her eyes narrowing. Careful, Ares, she hisses through clenched teeth. Let's not forget who my father is. Not to mention the volume of business he chooses to do with your family. I'm confident that is not dependent on whether or not I suffer his daughter's Machiavellian bullshit. Lucia looks like I've just slapped her. Asshole. Yeah, well, take a number and get in line. She sneers and stalks off into the house. I roll my eyes before suddenly remembering the issue at hand. Ezio, showing up to this of all fucking parties like the goddamn idiot that he is. A lit match waltzing into a party full of dry tinder. Nev and I aren't married yet. And until we are, this little ceasefire between Dracos and Kildare after the events that killed my uncle and her father is hanging by a fucking thread. I storm through the party like a vengeful wraith, looking left and right for Ezio. I have to find him before he blows this whole fucking thing to kingdom. Fuck. There he is. I spot Ezio over by the far side of the gardens, near the edge of the building that drops 40 stories straight down to Central Park South. Alone. With Nev. Fuck. I bolt across the garden, almost knocking one of the waiters into a pool, trying to get to them before Ezio says or does something stupid. Or Nev does, for that matter. I'm mere feet away from them, just on the other side of a hedge, when suddenly I stop short at the sound of Nev's voice. I said, is that clear, Mr. Adamos? Look, Nev. It's Ms. Kildare, soon to be Mrs. Dracos, in case you'd forgotten. My brow lifts as I peer through a small gap in the hedge. Nev and Ezio are standing alone by the edge. Ezio's face is flushed, his eyes wild. He's clearly been drinking, and it definitely looks like he was trying to start shit with Nev. Except she's standing tall and firm, holding her own with a stern, cold look on her face. Fuck me. Ezio scowls. Look, I know your daddy got killed too, but those were good men. I don't give a shit if they were Mother Teresa, Lady Gaga, and fucking Jesus. You need to understand who I am to you. A small smile teases at the corners of my mouth. Well, This is interesting. Ezio starts to open his mouth, but Nev shuts that down fast as she continues to dress him down. Now you will address me with courtesy or you will not address me at all. I am your king's new queen, remember? And if you so much as fucking glance at my sister again, I'll have you thrown off a roof. Ezio's eyes bulge as she suddenly steps closer to him, her hand jutting out and grabbing his collar in her fist. I may even do it myself. Okay. I'm impressed. And hard. What the fuck? Ezio's face crumples, and suddenly, the man is honest-to-God crying. I'm so sorry, Miss Kildare, he chokes. I promise you, the men responsible for the other day have been dealt with. My son was much beloved by my men. Please, forgive their anger, and please, he chokes, forgive me. My grief. I'm truly sorry for your loss, Mr. Adamos. And suddenly Nev is hugging him, stroking his back comfortingly as he sobs quietly for a moment before pulling away. He smiles a crooked smile, wiping his eyes. Christ, Miss Kildare, you must think I'm a buffoon. She shakes her head, smiling at him. No, Mr. Adamos, I don't. I think grief hurts, and it's rare that we know what to do with it. He smiles at her. Eris was lucky to find you, he says quietly. Why's that? Because you, Miss Kildare, are a true queen. I watch in a daze as my future wife turns a shit situation into solid gold. And for the first time I realize two things. One, Nev is a fucking force to be reckoned with. She's bold, she's tough, and she's ballsy. And two, all of that is a serious turn-on. I'm so fucked.
Chapter 9. Nev. The engagement party was one thing, but a week later, the true reality sets in. I move into Aries' apartment the night before our wedding. Yeah. I stand in the near emptiness of what was once my dream apartment, watching the movers slowly box up the rest of my stuff. And when I look up, through the windows, it's even worse. Because across the street, I can see those same movers bringing my things into Aries' penthouse. It's like he's not just content with absorbing me into his world and making me his freaking bride. He has to take all my damn stuff, too. My books, my clothes, my keepsakes. It's all being sucked into the dark Aries vortex, along with me in my apartment. I think it's the apartment that stings the most. Moving out of the family house and into my own place was a huge step for me, and I've loved living here. But as of an hour ago, it's been sold. So the broker called to let me know. That hurts. I thought briefly about keeping it, even if I was forced to live across the street. But the idea of looking out the windows every day and seeing my dream just sitting here empty felt too sad even to contemplate. Well, maybe now it'll be someone else's dream apartment. Someone who won't have it yanked out from under them when they're forced to marry the god of war himself. The last of the moving boxes is carried out the door. And then, I'm alone in the emptiness. I jump when I feel a hand on my shoulder, but it's just Eilish. She gives me a sympathetic look, followed by a sly smile. I frown. What? Well, I know how much moving out of the house and getting this place meant to you, and I know you're sad to give it up. My face falls as I turn to survey the empty apartment. Yeah, it's... So I bought it. I stare at her. I'm sorry, what? She grins at me. I bought it. Honestly, Nev, you need a better agent. This was listed way under other comps in the neighborhood. I choke back tears as I hug her fiercely. Thank you. Look, I'll pay you back. Nope, you won't. It's my... She shrugs. My wedding present to you. Look, I know you have to live with Ares, but maybe you can use this place as an office or something? You're the greatest sister ever. You know that? Well, duh. We both turn at the sound of a knock on the open door behind us. Calliope standing there, her eyes dragging around the empty space. Wow, this place is gorgeous. I love the light in here. Yeah, me too. She wrinkles her nose. Sorry you have to give it up and move into Ares' place. At least he's tidy to a fault. And he's obsessed with having clean sheets and towels, so there's that. I grin. Actually, my amazing sister just made sure I can hang on to this place, too. Calliope arches her brows, turning to grin at Eilish. Man, how do I get a sister like you? She frowns. Or a sister at all, to counteract all the brothers. She beams as she marches right over. Hey, sorry. I don't think we met at the engagement party. I'm Calliope. Eilish, hey. Calliope turns to me. So, what are you guys doing tonight? I shrug. We were going to chill at home, maybe watch some movies and order Chinese food. Aries' sister makes a face. Yeah, that's good, too. I laugh. I don't know. It's not like I want to go out and celebrate like it's a real wedding tomorrow. I mean, no offense, but... Oh, none taken. Calliope chews on her lip before she turns to me. Are you dead set on the Chinese food and movies thing? Not really. Eilish shrugs. I'm in for whatever Nev wants to do. Calliope clears her throat. Can I make a counter-suggestion then? Sure. She grins at Eilish and I. Do you guys like dancing? 4 hours later, I'm legit drunk. But I'm also having the time of my life. Calliope has brought us to this place called The Deep, somewhere in Brooklyn. It's got super fun, thudding 80s dance music blasting, amazing cocktails, and a very, lax policy on checking Calliope's ID at the front door. The three of us are having a ball. Cheers! I let out a whoop, each of us dropping a shot of raspberry vodka into a pint glass of Prosecco with a float of vanilla rum on the top. The shot glass hits the bottom, turning the whole glass into a magical-looking, bubbling pink concoction that we quickly bring to our lips. We gulp them down in record time, laughing our asses off when we slam the empty pint glasses down on the bar. We're getting good at drinking these without spilling them everywhere. I mean, we sure as hell should be, considering it's our 4th round. Let's do another! Eilish, who drinks, but is a total lightweight, shoots me a, please no, look. I mean, she's having fun, but it's also clear that last round is probably her limit for the night. But me? Tonight, I'm drinking like I'm on a mission. Anything to avoid thinking about the fact that tomorrow, I'll be getting married to a man I hardly know. Okay, just 2. I grin a sloppy, indulgent grin at my sister before I turn to flag down the bartender. A big hand clamps down on my wrist, pulling my hand back down. I think that's enough, kid. I turn to glare at Castle. Oh, look! Someone invited a party pooper along. He gives me a look. Come on, Nev. Look, I get it. You want to cut loose, have some fun. So have fun. But getting shit-faced is the opposite of that. I roll my eyes. Who even invited you anyway? He's been here the whole time, hurling disapproving looks at me from the far end of the bar, where he's been nursing the same ginger ale for 3 fucking hours. My job invited me. You know, the one where I'm tasked with making sure your drunk ass doesn't get into any trouble? Calliope snorts, shooting Castle a look before glancing at me. I like him. Great, you can have him. That's my bachelorette party gift to you. Ooh, can I keep him? Yep.
No,
Castle mutters at the exact same time. He turns back to me.
Go dance and have fun, kid. Knock yourself out. But the bar is closed.
You're a jerk.
Okay.
I glare at him one last time before Eilish and Callie pull me away. Come on, Nev. You love this song. My sister grins at me. Obviously way past buzzed, but still not as drunk as Callie and I are. She's not wrong. I fucking love Madonna's Into the Groove. Fine. Let's go dance, I blurt, letting Eilish pull me away. Castle gives me a firm look before he slinks back to his ginger ale at the far end of the bar. I'm just grabbing a water, Callie yells over the music. I'll meet you out there. Eilish and I melt into the crowd on the dance floor, and I let go. I close my eyes, throw my hands up, and just fucking dance as the alcohol and serotonin course through my bloodstream. I feel the heat of the club, feel my hair sticking to my forehead, feel the sweat trickling down the small of my back. One last night of freedom before I'm changed to Aries forever. And until then, Eilish and I are going to dance our asses off. We're having a blast doing it, too. I cheer when I realize Callie has rejoined us, turning to give her a big, drunken hug. Psst, brought you something? I glance down between us to realize she's very deftly holding 2 pints of Prosecco with vanilla rum floats and 2 shots of pink raspberry vodka. When I drag my eyes up to hers, she's grinning from ear to ear. I'm going to really love being your sister-in-law, aren't I? Yep. I glance back at Eilish, who just laughs and shakes her head. Hey, it's your bachelorette party. Hell yes it is! I turn back, clink my pint glass to Callie's, and drop in the shot. Cheers! I have no idea what time it is, but I know I'm wasted. Like, very, very wasted. Especially after Callie managed to sneak 2 more rounds of drinks past a watchful Castle. Out on the dance floor, I'm a hot mess, but I'm having an absolute blast. Dancing like a maniac, soaked in sweat, my hair all over the place. I have no idea where I got it, but there's a glass of whiskey in my hand. I grin wildly as I take a big slug of it and throw my head back to scream up at the ceiling through the roar of the music, which abruptly shuts off. The ugly lights go on, blinding me as a sea of booze from the other patrons fills the space. I turn to Callie to see her looking equally as confused as I am. It can't be closing time already. I turn unsteadily, find Eilish, then watch as her face scrunches up, her gaze sliding past me. Oh, shit. Nev? What? Hey! I scream, thrashing as strong hands grab my arms, yanking me back through the crowd. Hey! Help! Somebody help! Fear explodes in my drunk brain. Castle! Castle! When I whip my head around and see him standing almost right next to me, brow furrowed and arms crossed over his chest doing nothing, I balk. What the fuck are you?
I told you to fucking chill, kid,
he mutters. I thrash some more as I'm suddenly lifted up 3 steps to the door to the club and then yanked through it and out into the cool of the night. The hands let me go, and I whirl on the 2 enormous men who dragged me unceremoniously out of the club. Who the fuck do you think you—
Nev.
I stiffen instantly. Even with the alcohol blurring and dulling my senses, I can feel the sheer power of his voice rumbling from behind me. I swallow, the fresh air suddenly making me feel way, way drunker than I did inside the club. I sway on my feet, frowning as the world spins a little, before I manage to turn to face him with only the smallest stumble. Ares, clad in a dark suit, glares down at me beside the open door to a black SUV.
Party's over. Get in the fucking car.
My lips purse. No. Ares' jaw grinds, the muscles in his neck rippling dangerously.
You've had your fun. Your bachelorette. But we're getting married tomorrow. You're done. Get in.
My stomach churns, making me blanch as I try to steady myself. I don't think we understand each other. He groans, pinching the bridge of his nose.
I'm not doing this with you on the side of the street. Get in the fucking car.
See, you think marrying me, which, by the way, I am supremely against, in case anyone's curious.
I'm not, actually.
Means that you own me. He rolls his eyes.
That's not...
Oh, no, I think it is. See, you want some skanky cartel chick with her tits falling out who'll say, "Yes, Ares, whatever you want, Ares."
Nev, get...
That's when I realize I'm still holding my glass of whiskey. And everyone, Eilish, Castle, Callie, the guards, Ares himself, very quickly goes silent and still when the contents of that glass sloshes into Ares' face. But the thing is, I slur, feeling the world spin around me, you don't actually own... Fuck. It happens before I can even move. The God knows how many Prosecco and raspberry vodka cocktails I've consumed on an almost empty stomach come rushing back out to say hello, all over Ares' shoes. That's when I black out.
Chapter 10. Ares. It's weird, seeing her in my bed like this. It shouldn't be, especially since she lives here now, and by this time tomorrow she'll be my wife. But still, there's something unexpected that rattles inside of me when I poke my head into my bedroom to find her tucked under the covers, fast asleep. Or, let's be honest, passed the fuck out. Eilish looks up from where she's perched on the side of the bed, a sheepish, maybe slightly scared expression on her face. "Sorry." "You don't have to be sorry," I mutter quietly. "You're not her keeper. Nev is an adult." She nods uncomfortably. "Well, I may have had something to do with tonight." She did, but I know damn well she's not the one who fueled and fanned the fire to keep it going. I'll be dealing with that specific person in a minute. We haven't really gotten much of a chance to talk, have we? Eilish smiles wryly, shaking her head. I guess not. You don't have to be afraid of me, you know." She raises her eyes to me, a curious expression on her face. "I'm not scared of you." It's not a challenge. It's not bravado. It's actually weirdly honest. I am scared of what's going to happen to my sister, though. I'm not going to hurt her, Eilish. I know. She smiles at me. You're dangerous, but not that kind of dangerous. And what kind of dangerous is that? The kind women have to watch out for. But I know that's not you. I can see it in your eyes. She turns to look at Nev, sound asleep in my bed. She pulls the covers up a bit more over her sister's shoulders. I'm more worried that she'll lose who she is, being with you. My brow furrows. How do you mean? Nev's strong. I mean, really, really strong. When we were little, Eilish stops, frowns, looks away. Anyway, she's just strong. And I think it's thrown her for a loop that she suddenly has to play this wife role now to heal the feud between our families. Marrying you isn't something she'd have chosen for herself. I lift my brows. Nice to learn that my blushing bride's little sister pulls fucking 0 punches. Eilish glances at me quickly. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just smile and shake my head. It's fine. My skin is thicker than that. No, I mean, I don't think marriage at all is something she'd have chosen for herself. Ever. To anyone. Same. I mean, I've thought about it before. I've wondered if there was someone out there for me, someone I'd actually want to spend my life with. But the closest I got imagining that ephemeral person was essentially me in female form, which probably speaks to an underlying narcissism I'm not ready to dive into quite yet, thank you very much. But that's who I've imagined. Someone calm and level-headed. Someone who considers the risks and the rewards before jumping into something with both feet. Someone strong and goal-oriented. Someone sophisticated. I've never once imagined someone like Nev Kildare. But now here we are. Look, Ares, tonight wasn't her, just so you know. I didn't think it was. I mean, I don't want you to think she's like a big partier or drunk or anything. I smile tiredly. Eilish, I understand the concept of blowing off steam. Fuck knows I've done it myself more often than I should. She frowns. Do you want me to try and move her to the couch or something? What? I mean... She blushes. Sorry, it feels weird to let her sleep in a bed with you without her being awake to even know it's happening. I hope she knows what a good sister she has. Eilish's face reddens as she smiles. But that won't be necessary. I'm not staying here tonight. My grandmother wants me to sleep at the Dracos family home the night before the wedding. I shrug. Not with my bride-to-be. She's old-fashioned that way. Eilish nods. Do you mind if I stay here with her, then? That was kind of our plan tonight anyway, before... I'd prefer it, actually. She smiles at me. I know Nev isn't probably what you'd have picked for yourself either. But she's actually pretty great. I'll try and keep an open mind. I leave Eilish alone with her sleeping sister, closing the door to my room before I turn and stride back to the main living room with a scowl on my face. Calliope looks up from where she's balled up on the couch nursing a soda water, a bottle of aspirin already open on the coffee table in front of her. Look, Ares... She's not your fucking sorority sister best buddy, Callie. I snap before she can say another word. She's going to be your... My what? My sister spits back. My queen? She rolls her eyes. No, Ares. She's going to be my sister-in-law. Please don't tell me I need to explain the subtle underlying points of this marriage to you. Oh, fuck off. I know it's not real, dick. But at the same time, it actually is real. You're really marrying Nev tomorrow, Ares, which makes her my actual sister-in-law. And I know neither of you planned this, or would have even picked each other out of 1,000 other options if you'd been given the choice. But I'm not going to apologize for trying to make the best of things and find common ground here. I won't apologize for liking her. Then you can fucking marry her, I grumble. Gladly, she snaps. Would it get me out of marrying Luca fucking Carvelli? I wince, frowning as the tidal wave of anger starts to ebb out of me. Callie and I glare at each other before I slowly exhale and look away. I'm sorry. It's fine. Tonight was way out of control, though, and I know you know that. There's a lot of people out there in the city who are not exactly thrilled that our family and the Kildares are merging. We had that sexy bodyguard of theirs with us. I roll my eyes. A, don't fucking tell me that. B, he's one man. I don't care if he's Army Rangers or whatever. He's still one fucking guy. And C, made even worse by the three of you being shit-faced. Callie smirks at me. Is it the being drunk part? Or the part where Nev might have been out there grinding on some hot guy at the club? I hate the roaring surge of jealousy that explodes through my system the second she says it. It takes everything I have to keep my face utterly neutral. This is all pretend, Callie. I growl, more as a reminder to myself than to her. She wasn't, for what it's worth. Grinding, I mean. I don't care. Uh-huh. Sure. I roll my eyes. She's pretty fun, you know. Noted. Come on, we're leaving. She frowns. Actually, I think I'm going to stay here tonight. What? Yeah, Nev invited me to earlier. When she was blackout drunk. Har har. Can you please just let me enjoy having a sister for once? I smile wryly at her. You're staying? I'm staying. Should I lock the liquor cabinet? Callie flips me off with both hands. Go get some sleep, dickhead. She groans, slumping back on the couch. Don't forget, you're getting hitched tomorrow. As if I could fucking possibly forget.
Chapter 11. Nev. Sweet, merciful crap. Everything hurts. I groan, wincing at the blades of pain that slice through my skull. I blink, and when I still see darkness, panic starts to grab me. I jolt bolt upright. That only brings a fresh crash of pain stabbing through my head and nausea roiling in my stomach. Jesus, what the fuck happened to me? But then, as I sit there in the dark, it all comes rushing horribly back. The club, the drinks, all the drinks ever in the history of the world. The dancing. And then... oh, shit. My stomach heaves as I remember throwing the drink in Aries' face and then puking all over his shoes. I groan, panicking as I glance side to side, only now realizing I'm in a bed. His bed. My heart lurches as I turn my head, suddenly realizing there's a warm body lying next to me. Oh my God. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm shoving him away and scrambling from the bed, even as I'm trying not to puke. Get the fuck away from... Ow! I howl in pain as I slide from the bed and immediately bang my shin on the bedside table. Nev! I whip my gaze up to the sound of my sister's voice. I blink, and slowly, as my eyes begin to adjust to the darkness, I realize it's not Aries in bed with me. It's Eilish. Hang on! I hear her rustling. Then suddenly, warm light floods the huge bedroom as she flicks a switch on her side of the massive bed. I wince, looking away and groaning as my eyes adjust yet again. I blink, slowly getting my bearings. Yes, I'm in Aries' bedroom. And when I glance at the walls, I realize why I couldn't see shit in here. He's got those track-mounted blackout shades over the entire huge wall of windows. I groan as the stabbing sensation slices into my head again. I'm not completely sober yet, but I'm far, far more sober than I was earlier. Gingerly, I raise my head to cast a sheepish look at my sister. Hey. She gives me a sympathetic look. Hey yourself. How are you feeling? Like absolute shit. She makes a face as she jumps from the bed with an ease that is enviable to me in my current state. Hang on. She darts into the ensuite bathroom, where I hear her rustling around. A minute later, she emerges with a glass of water and a bottle of aspirin. Oh, Jesus, gimme. I groan thankfully as she pops 3 pills into my palm and hands me the glass. I swallow them down, followed by the rest of the glass of water. Little better? I wince, nodding as I lie back down on the bed. I will be in a bit. Thank you. Eilish curls up next to me, face to face, like we used to do when we were kids under the blanket fort. Is he here? She shakes her head. No, Kelly is, though, on the couch in the living room. What time is it? Not actually that late. We went out super early. It's only 2 a.m. I make a face. So, tonight kinda got away from me. She grins. Yeah, a little. But you had fun. Did I? She giggles. Oh, trust me, you did. Crap. I didn't do anything completely embarrassing, did I? She winces. I mean, aside from puking all over Aries' shoes. Eilish shrugs. Not really. Oh, except you kind of yelled at Castle. I groan, making a note to apologize to him in the morning. Great. I think he'll understand, Nev. You needed to vent. I close my eyes, nodding as I let my cheek sink into the pillow. I wish I could do this for you, you know. Eilish murmurs quietly. No, you don't. Trust me. I sigh. But I love you for saying so. Well, she grins impishly. I mean, at least he's handsome. Yeah, at least there's that. Nervous about tomorrow? No. Yes, and I hate that I am, given that it's not even a real wedding. Eilish bites her lip. Can I... What? Can I see it? I grin. It's so Eilish that she wants to see the dress, even after this disaster of a night, even fully knowing that tomorrow is all just an act. Yeah, I smile. Sure. With the self-control of a monk, she casually slips from the bed instead of leaping out of it like I know she wants to. She pads into the enormous walk-in changing room and closet attached to Aries' bedroom, and comes back out with a huge white garment bag. The two of us bought it 3 days ago. It took all of 9 minutes, because it's the second dress I tried on. The only reason I didn't pick the first is that Eilish pleaded with me to try this second one instead, and I gave in. I haven't looked at it since. Eilish hangs the bag on the back of the bathroom door. She unzips it slowly and reverently, letting the light from the bedside table glow on the white gown inside. Okay, damn it. I'll admit it. It's one gorgeous dress. You're going to look so beautiful tomorrow. I'm going to look so fucking hungover tomorrow. She grins at me as she zips the garment bag back up. Let's get some sleep then. I make a pit stop in the bathroom to quickly rinse off in the shower and brush my teeth. Then, I slide into bed with my sister and close my eyes, listening as her breathing turns heavy and she falls back asleep next to me. Sleep doesn't come for me, though. Not for a while, at least. Instead, I lie there staring up at the ceiling, thinking about tomorrow. About my life. About Aries. He is not going to control me like some sort of fucking trophy wife or puppet. If he thinks he is, he's about to rue the day he agreed to this. Oh, God, I feel like death. I've kept the smile plastered on my face for my family and even for his family. I posed for a picture with Demetra, Aries' grandmother, who rattled off a bunch of what seemed like nice things to me, though who knows, because it was all literally Greek to me. I even managed to mumble a heartfelt apology to Castle for going all psycho on him. Luckily, he tells me it's all good, and then messes up my hair. Bastard. I've kept it together through the whole morning gong show of going to the Dracos mansion, where the wedding is being held, sitting through hair and makeup, all of that. But now that I'm alone, just me and the dress in one of the guest rooms, I can feel the energy draining out of me. Sitting in a robe, I turn to scowl at the white garment bag hanging by the window. Beyond it, I can see the admittedly gorgeous white wedding pergola festooned with about 1 billion white roses out in the garden. Fuck. This is really happening. There's a knock at the door. Yeah? The door opens, jolting me. But it's the man who steps through it that has my insides clenching and my heart twisting into knots. I glare. You're not supposed to see me before the wedding.
I'm not supposed to see you in the dress before the wedding.
I shiver as his eyes slide over the short silk robe I'm wearing. He clears his throat, and for the first time since he walked in, I realize he's in a tuxedo. Fuck. He looks way too good in a tuxedo.
I apologize if I was harsh last night. It wasn't that you went out.
Yeah, controlling much? He gives me a withering look.
It's that both of our families have a lot of enemies out there, none of whom are too pleased that we're joining forces. I didn't mean to be a dick. I was genuinely worried. It put me a little on edge. I'm sorry.
I nod at his curiously heartfelt apology. Thank you. I'm sorry for the whiskey in your face. And... He nods.
And?
I clear my throat. And I'm sorry for puking on your shoes.
Thank you. But no, you're not.
No, I'm not. He chuckles quietly.
So, are you ready to do this?
Not really.
Should I be wearing rubber boots?
I smile thinly as I give him the finger. Hilarious.
Treat this seriously, Nev.
I will seriously consider that. He glares at me.
Again, the appearances of this matter.
Oh my God, I couldn't agree more, I gush. You're so right, Aries. And I think the appearance we should be giving off is chaste and wholesome. So I think we should convert that home office of yours into a second bedroom for me. He smiles thinly.
You know, in ancient Greece, men would often get their wives through the spoils of war, conquering them and fucking them for the first time on the very battlefield where their kin had just been slain.
And in old Celtic culture, women would geld the men who tried to lay hands on them without their permission. I flash him a winning smile. Just food for thought. Aries' jaw grinds.
When you're married to me, you'll be mine. And believe me, when I have you...
I shiver as he moves closer, that woodsy, clean scent of his igniting little pockets of heat in me.
I won't need to force you, wife.
I swallow, not trusting myself to respond.
Well,
Aries straightens and turns for the door.
See you soon.
The rest of it is a blurry haze of mumbled vows. An Orthodox priest rattles off things in both English and Greek, and then the words tumble out that will seal my fate and join me forever to the dark, brooding, gorgeous, but grim man standing before me.
You may kiss the bride.
My mouth tightens, lips pursing as Aries begins to lower his head to mine. I see the glint of steel in his eyes, and I shiver as he suddenly cups my face firmly. He drags his thumb over my bottom lip, all the while stabbing that lethal gaze of his into my eyes. And it does something to me. I flinch, barely, and just for a moment. But it's just enough, and my defenses fall for half a second. It's all he needs. Instantly, his mouth crushes to mine in the most fierce, vicious, and punishing kiss of my entire life as he kisses the absolute fuck out of me. This isn't a polite, you may kiss the bride kiss. This is a, holy shit type of kiss. My mind goes blank, and I swear I see stars. Then it's over. We're man and wife. Forever. Chapter 12. Nev. It's a small wedding, with only maybe 30 people in attendance. My family, the Dracos family, Owen and a few of his men, Ezio and a few of his, and a couple of other business associates of both families. But the guest list could be one person, and it'd still be too big of a wedding for me. And the reception following the ceremony is the icing on the cake. Standing up there and marrying Ares, actually reciting vows and everything, was bad enough. But being paraded around in front of all of them at the reception in the ballroom of the Dracos estate is a whole new circle of hell. Mostly, it's because it's all so disingenuous. People like Owen are coming up to me with bright, smiling faces to congratulate me, as if this is actually real. I feel like there was a part of this wedding where everyone drank the crazy Kool-Aid, and I didn't get a cup. So, now here I am, improvising the part live on stage. And it's exhausting. At least some of the guests are having fun. I grin when I look over to see Callie and Eilish whooping it up on the dance floor in front of the live jazz band hired for the event. Kratos, who's like 6.5 feet tall, joins them, grinning as he fumbles his way through some dance moves. Even Hades, god of death that he is, seems to be enjoying himself. Or at least as much as I've ever seen. Meanwhile, there's me, the blushing bride, meandering through the small crowd, trying to keep the plastic smile from falling off my face. On the plus side, my hangover is pretty much gone, though I still wrinkle my nose and shake my head no whenever a waiter comes by and offers me a flute of champagne.
There you are!
I sigh, plastering the smile even more firmly onto my face as I turn to face Owen yet again. He grins a wide, ruddy-faced smile, raising the large glass of whiskey in his hands. Well, at least someone's not too hungover to drink the Dracos family out of house and home.
Your mother and father would be so proud of you, you know.
Thanks, Owen.
And you know, you're the spitting image of Sheila in white, with your hair up like that. Christ, she'd have loved to see you like this.
I smile quietly. Sheila was my maternal grandmother, who ended up having a torrid affair with Killian's father, Brendan, which is how my father came to be. Sheila never actually married or anything, but Owen's always carried a bit of a torch for her, especially when he's been drinking. Well, Owen, I know if she were here today, she'd be plucking that glass out of your hand and asking you for a dance. He grins widely.
Especially with your grandfather Brendan out of the picture. No offense.
I chuckle. None taken.
Your father, God rest his soul, was a great man and a great friend. But his father?
Owen scowls.
A real asshole.
I laugh when he shrugs and then gives me a hug.
Forgive me, I'm drunk.
Good. Go have one for me. His brows shoot up as his gaze drops significantly to my stomach. No way. I make a face. Just had too many last night.
You know, hangovers are like women, right?
I roll my eyes. I've heard this joke before from him, but it still cracks me up.
Best way to get over one is to get under a new one. That doesn't sound like the Yeats I know.
I grin at Killian's voice and turn to see him arching a sharp brow at Owen. Owen just chuckles a wheezing laugh and claps him on the shoulder.
Like any good, true Irishman, I'm a fucking poet when I'm in my cups. Clearly. Do me a favor, though, and go recite to your cups elsewhere for a minute. I need to speak with my niece.
Owen chuckles again, giving me one last hug before he shovels off in the direction of the bar.
I heard you really painted the town red last night.
I groan. Let's just say mistakes were made.
Heard you painted Aries' shoes, too.
I make a face. Killian just grins.
I know congratulations are in order, but I'm willing to bet you'll stab the next person who says it to you.
You have no idea. Killian nods, then lowers his voice.
You know, I'd never have agreed to this if I thought he was a bad man, right?
He murmurs. I shrug, turning to scan the crowd, when suddenly my eyes land on Ares. He's across the ballroom, chatting with the lead singer, while the rest of the band finishes up an instrumental piece. The singer flashes Ares a grin, nodding before she turns back to the stage and slinks her way over to the mic. This next one is a request from the groom to his special lady of the hour. Mrs. Drakos, this one's for you. Everyone around me claps and cheers, turning to smile at me and fawn all over me. I bite my tongue, waiting for whatever snarky bullshit Ares is about to toss at me via the band. Until suddenly, they launch into Sinner Man by Nina Simone, which just happens to be one of my favorite songs ever. I stand there speechless, my frown and the last traces of my hangover forgotten, as I just listen, getting lost in the song. By the time she gets to the part about running to the river, I slowly turn, faltering as my eyes suddenly find Ares. He's looking right at me. I frown quizzically. He just lifts a shoulder, the faintest hint of a smile curling the corners of his mouth up before he turns away. Was that pure luck? Or does the man whom I know nothing about, who knows nothing about me, somehow know my favorite song? And if he does know my favorite song, is it an olive branch to have the band play it? Or is it just a preamble to him fucking with my head? A message to let him know I'm not as much of a stranger to him as I might like to think.
Someone's done their homework.
I glance at my uncle. Judging from the set of his jaw and the way his green eyes seem to be dissecting Ares from across the room, I'm guessing I'm not the only one wondering if there's a deeper meaning to Sinner Man right now. You did just say he's a good man, I murmur, as the band tear their way through the song.
I did, but I'll also add this.
He turns, setting his drink down on a table next to us and putting his hands on my shoulders.
If he ever does hurt you, or wrong you in any way, if he's out there fucking other girls and creating a scandal for you, or talking ill of you to anyone, if he's even unkind to you.
His venomous green eyes glint dangerously.
I'll cut his throat, treaty or no treaty. I want you to know that.
I smile as I sink against my uncle and hug him tightly. I do know that. He grunts, stiffly embracing me back, which is more than I was expecting, because Killian is not one for showing much affection, and he's definitely not a hugger. When he pulls back, he gives me a curt nod.
Feel free to let Ares know that too.
I grin. I'll be sure to pass along the message. Killian lifts a brow, plucking his drink back up from the table, before turning and wandering back into the crowd. I exhale, grinning despite myself as I turn to watch the band. They're absolutely killing it with this tune, and I'm having a blast watching Eilish and Callie spaz out on the dance floor.
Nev Kildare?
God damn it. My shoulders slump and the fake smile goes back onto my face as I turn to see who it is who wants to test my patience by giving me their congratulations now. When I see who it is, I'm puzzled. I don't know the stoic man in the gray suit. In fact, I'm not sure I've actually seen him before at all. Never mind today at the wedding. Hi, sorry. I clear my throat as I extend my hand. I'm not sure we've met.
On Shikador says hello.
The instant I hear the name, it's like getting plunged under icy water, as every nightmare I've had for the last 15 years comes rushing back all at once. Every terrified scream I uttered when I was locked in that shack all those years ago, every choked sob, every expectation each time I heard the snap of a twig under his boots outside that I was about to die. On Shikador. The executioner. My monster. I go numb, and the world around me slows to a crawl as I watch the man raise his hand, I see the glint of the gun in that hand as it levels at my face. And then suddenly, everything speeds back up again, and I'm aware of something charging past me. Not something. Someone. A scream lodges in my choked throat as I watch Ares slam into the man. He shoves his hand up into the air, and the entire room explodes into chaos as the gun fires wildly into the ceiling. In one fluid motion, his face utterly blank and focused, Ares whirls and with a muscled arm grabs the man around the neck from behind. He reaches back with his other hand, fingers curling around a steak knife from a place setting on the table behind him. The knife flashes. The man in the chokehold who just had a gun to my head gurgles as his eyes go wide. And suddenly, his entire throat opens up in front of me, and a tsunami of blood flows down the front of his suit. I just stare, unable to breathe, unable to even blink, as Ares lets the body drop to the puddle of blood on the floor, dropping the knife down next to it. Slowly, his eyes raise to mine. No longer blank. This time, they're filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Rage, power, vengeance, and possessiveness.
Chapter 13. Ares. I've got our top guys swarming the city, Hades growls. We don't want to make a big deal about it because we don't want to encourage any copycats or have anyone else with an axe to grind coming out of the woodwork. I've asked them to be discreet when they start kicking in doors and asking questions. Hades looks furious, which is interesting because he's barely spoken more than 5 words in a row to Nev in his life, and has about as much interest in her and our marriage as he does in becoming a chaste pacifist. It'd be very easy to chalk his rage up to the fact that someone managed to get past our security and bring a gun into our home. But it's more than that. When he glances at Nev, there's a flicker of the same sort of anger I saw on his face once when some guy tried to grab Callie's ass at a gala event. It's the look of a brother who's fucking pissed that someone just tried to mess with his sister. And that's an interesting development. But if he's pissed, I'm fucking livid. Yes, I'm angry that someone got past our guys. I'm furious that a gun was brought into my family's home and used in violence. But more than that, someone tried to shoot Nev. And that's brought a beast out in me I absolutely did not expect. I turned to Kratos. I want to know how the fuck that piece of shit got through our security, and I want to know yesterday. My brothers nod curtly and march away to dive into their orders. Castle glances at me. Our people will do the same. I've got some men in Queens I trust who I can run it by. If something like this is ordered in this city, they'll know about it. I nod. He nods back, turning to leave before stopping to glance back at me. And thank you, Ares. When he's gone, I turn to scan the room, and my eyes land on Nev. The whole reception is on lockdown, and she's sitting huddled with Killian, her sister, and Callie at a table across the room. I start to go to her when a hand lands on my arm. Got a second? I turn to the young blonde British woman behind me. Of course. Interestingly, I first met Elsa Gwyn while sitting across the table from her, at a legal meeting my late brother Atlas once demanded with Rose, the girl he eventually died trying to steal. Elsa was there as Rose's father's attorney. At the time, she was the best lawyer in the UK. And when the shit hit the fan with Atlas, I headhunted her as fast as I could. Technically, since moving to New York, she's a partner at Crown & Black, a leading law firm here in the city. But she's also the de facto personal attorney for my family. And right now, she's here on damage control. Where are we at? The band knows the score, no pun intended. I'm pretty sure this isn't the first time they've played a party for a family like yours, and had something like this go down. They'll be silent. But you're going to be paying them 6 times the rate that was originally agreed upon for the night. That's fine. Her smirk says that it wasn't a suggestion.
I've spoken to the rest of the guests who aren't Dracos or Kildare family, and had them all sign NDAs.
She taps violently on her phone.
I'm emailing you a list of any guests that might be potential weak points, though.
No one's going to talk. She shrugs.
I find being overprepared is better than scrambling for lifeboats after someone blows a hole in the hull of the ship.
Fair enough.
Now, as for the body.
She turns, clearing her throat uncomfortably as her gaze lands on the blood-stained tablecloth covering the dead man who attacked Nev. Elsa's face pales slightly, and I watch her throat muscles go up and down as she tries to swallow a lump caught in it. Elsa's ambitious, and I think maybe a bit of a thrill-seeker. But even with the obscene amount of money I pay her for her services, no one as squeaky clean and incredibly driven as she is would ever easily work for a crime family. She's dived into the deep end of our world well. Even so, I can tell all of this is a bit much for her. It'll be dealt with. She winces.
And I never heard that.
Heard what? She smirks, nodding.
Right. Well, that's it from my end, then.
Thank you, Miss Gwynn, I mutter.
My pleasure. And needless to say, I was never here today.
And we're all deeply saddened that you were unable to attend the wedding. She smiles wryly.
Speak to you soon, Mr. Dracos. And congratulations.
Congratulations on your sham wedding. Elsa collects her files and heads for the elevator. Then I turn, leveling my eyes on Nev. Nev, who could have died today. Nev, who's looking frailer and more shaken than I've ever seen her before, or ever knew she even could look. Before I know it, I'm moving across the floor towards her. Killian glances up at me. He nods, standing, and wordlessly clamps a hand on my shoulder. I can read the "thank you for saving my niece" in his fierce look. I drag my eyes to Nev and clear my throat. We're leaving. Now. I expect a fight, or a fuck you of some kind, but she just looks up at me and nods.
Okay.
She turns and hugs her sister, then mine, and then she's up, even taking my offered arm as we turn and move for the elevators.
Where are we going?
Home, I growl, shrugging off my jacket and draping it over her shoulders. We're going home. When we get back to the penthouse and the door closes behind us, she finally relaxes. Her shoulders drop, my jacket slips from them, and I can see color coming back to her face. Good. But now I want answers. Of course I'm concerned about the security breach, and the fact that Nev just had a gun shoved in her face, and that I just slit a man's throat in front of her. The evidence of which is still splattered across my shirt and her wedding gown. But the entire Kildare clan has been silent on the biggest elephant in the room, which is who that fucker was, and why he was even there in the first place. Why did he march right over to Nev? And what the fuck did he say to her to make her look so stricken just before I bolted over and knocked his shot into the ceiling? Who was that? Her back is to me, and I can see the way the question makes her stiffen again. The way the muscles under the exposed, creamy skin where the dress plunges down her back tighten and ripple. I don't know. Interesting. He seemed to know you.
Well, I don't know him,
she snaps, whirling on me. Her face is pale. Her eyes have a manic look to them like fear incarnate is simmering just under the surface. And it's not fear at what just happened. It's deeper than that, more fundamental. She's terrified right now. Of what? Nev, what did he say to you right before I don't know. I mean, he was 3 feet in front of you. You didn't hear what he...
I don't remember. Okay?
My mouth clamps shut, and my jaw tenses.
Fine. Am I still being interrogated, or can I change out of my blood-soaked wedding dress now? I exhale slowly. Go ahead. Thank you so much. She turns and marches down the hall to the bedroom. I take a moment, and I consider making myself a much-needed drink. But then I glance down and grimace at the sight of my shirt. Yeah, I should change too. I unbutton the blood-stained shirt and remove it as I pad down the hall after her. Inside my room, she jumps a little when she hears me come in. She's focused on the clasp at the back of her gown, but she snaps her head around when I enter. Do you fucking mind? You do understand this is my room, too. Well, can I get some privacy for one freaking second? My jaw grinds. Do you need a hand? No! I need some fucking privacy! I sigh. Fine. Without a word, I turn and step into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me before sinking against it. Should have made that drink. I pull the rest of my clothes off and wrap a towel around my waist. At the white marble vanity, I wash my hands in the sink, the wheels in my head turning as I watch the blood on my hands slowly turn the water pink as it swirls down the drain. Christ, what a day. Turning, I'm about to reach to start the shower when suddenly I hear a screech from the bedroom. My body reacts on impulse, yanking the door open before I bolt into the room, ready to destroy with my bare hands whoever's followed us here. But there's no one else in the room. It's just Nev, swearing loudly with her arms bent awkwardly behind her back, still struggling with the clasp of her dress. And suddenly, all I can think about is the single taste of her lips I had at the altar. Sweet, soft, defiant, and yet, Holy Mother of Christ, so inviting. With her back to me, and fussing as she is, she clearly hasn't heard me come back into the bedroom. And I don't change that. I don't say a word. I just move towards her. And it's not until my fingers brush hers that she gasps and jolts suddenly. Just shut up and let me help. She stiffens, and I can practically hear her brain scrolling through a list of her favorite swears or insults to throw at me. But she slowly lets go of the dress, lets her hands drop to her sides. I grab the stuck clasp in my fingers, twist hard, and yank down. The back of the dress goes loose as it opens. Thank. She shivers as my fingers slide to the zipper hidden beneath the clasp, grasping it, slowly starting to pull it down. Aries, I can... She trails off as I keep going, silent, my eyes glued to her back as more and more of her creamy flesh is exposed to my eyes. My jaw grinds as my cock begins to thicken to steel beneath the towel around my waist. The zipper stops at the small of her back, and I watch her shiver. My fingers slip underneath the two halves of the back of her dress, pushing them apart as they slip from her shoulders. She gasps quietly, and her hands dart up to stop the fabric from falling from her breasts. I give the two halves of the dress a small tug. Not yanking it, but making my intentions clear. Nev drops her hands. The dress falls away. And there's no fucking going back now. The dress pools at her feet, leaving her gasping quietly, her back to me, in just a pair of lacy white thong panties. Bridal panties. My hands slide slowly over her hips, relishing the way her body trembles under my touch. The way her skin is so fucking soft and warm. The way she whimpers almost silently as I slowly turn her. And when we are facing each other, I move into her, our bodies pressing together as the hard points of her nipples drag against my bare chest. Her eyes go wide as she looks up into mine, those green orbs of hers swirling with both defiance and lust.
with both vitriol and need, like she's trying to decide if she's going to kiss me or fucking stab me. I make the decision for her. In one motion, I cup her jaw, lift her mouth to mine, and sear my lips to hers in the single most possessive, consuming kiss of my life. There's definitely no going back now.
Chapter 14. Nev. The first kiss at the altar was vicious and fierce, as if Ares was making a point, claiming me. It was punishing and decisive, and yes, it made my heart skip and my pulse run hot. But it's this second kiss that turns my blood to fire and has my toes curling against the floor as the world explodes around me. Because this one isn't about proving a point. It's pure, possessive, consuming, incendiary need. Our mouths crash together, and I whimper when his tongue delves past my lips to dance with mine. I shiver as my body melts against his, the roaring heat of his skin and the rippling power of his muscles turning me into a puddle as I moan into the kiss. His hands cup my face and grip my hip possessively, pinning my pelvis to his and making me shiver when I feel the throb of the bulge beneath his towel. His tongue tastes and explores my mouth as my hands claw at his chest, as if I desperately need to be even closer to his body than I already am. And sweet Jesus, his body. I've seen it from afar, back when he was merely my dangerous enemy of a neighbor without curtains. But up close, it's insanely magnificent. Mere humans aren't built like this. Gods are built like this. I shiver, moaning into his mouth as my palms press to his rock-hard chest. He growls, his grip on me tightening, his tongue even more demanding as my fingertips trace down the grooves of his abs to the chiseled lines of his hips. My pulse thuds wildly, and pure lust explodes within my core as my fingers pluck eagerly at the towel around his waist. Suddenly, I'm gasping as he spins us and shoves me down to the bed. I whimper as he crawls after me, his fierce, dark eyes like cold daggers, dragging nakedly over my skin, his razor-sharp jaw grinding with lust and need, and his shoulders rippling as he moves over me. The towel falls away, and there's no way I can even attempt to stop my eyes from dropping down between us, where they immediately just about pop right out of my head. Holy fuck. I've seen him naked from 70 feet away, but it's not like he was ever hard when I was peeping at him while he was sipping his morning coffee. Well, he is now. Oh my God, is he hard now? And Ares is freaking huge. Like, how the fuck is that going to even fit inside of me huge? Thick, swollen, gorgeous, making me shiver as it pulses against my thigh.
A little bigger when it's not viewed from across the street, huh?
Yeah. Shit. I blush fiercely as my eyes snap to his and take in the cocky smirk on his face. Quickly, I force myself to scowl back at him. Like hell am I giving Ares Dracos the satisfaction of seeing me drool all over his dick. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to stroke your ego and tell you how big and hard your dick? He rocks his hips, letting his swollen cock drag hotly against my pussy through my panties, which are getting embarrassingly wet. And no force on earth could stop the pathetic whimper that falls from my lips.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't quite catch that.
I open my mouth to throw something sharp and biting back at him. But then the fucker does it again, grinding his huge cock against my now completely slick panties, making the lacy material rub electrically against my clit. Which, of course, makes me moan. Again.
Now, what exactly were you saying about my big, hard dick?
He growls thickly, lowering his mouth to my neck. I wasn't... Fuck! The fucker fucking bites me. Hard. I've never had that happen to me before. And I really like it. A lot. Pleasure hums through my core, and heat pools between my thighs as he does it again, raking his teeth over the tender skin and dragging another deep moan from my chest. Ares moves lower, nipping at my collarbone and making me whimper. Then, even lower, the wild contrast between the scruff of his stubble and the smoothness of his lips on my skin, pebbling it to goosebumps. He moves down over my left breast, and I gasp, shivering and moaning when his lips suddenly wrap around my aching nipple, which he promptly nips with his teeth. Fuck!
That's the plan.
I shudder, my breath catching as I drop my hooded gaze to where he's looking up at me from my breast. He keeps his eyes locked with mine as he lowers his mouth again to my nipple. His tongue slowly and sensuously swirls around the dusky pink tip, making my face cave with pleasure, before he suddenly nips it with his teeth again. I hiss, groaning in both pleasure and annoyance that I'm giving him the satisfaction of knowing he's turning me into such a puddle. I twist under him, clenching my jaw tighter as his tongue slips from one nipple across my skin to the other.
Clamp that mouth shut all you like, princess.
He growls against my skin.
Squeeze your eyes shut. Look away. Try your level best to occupy your mind with something else. You can lie to yourself all you want, but your body gives you the fuck away.
Fuck you, it does. Ugh. His hand slides down to grab my ass possessively before giving it a firm swat, just as he tongues my nipple again.
Please continue, he murmurs darkly. I think I love it even more when your mouth lies while your body begs for more.
You arrogant son of a... My body jolts, arching from the bed in pure ecstasy as his thumb drags down my slit through my panties. He does it again, and there's no stopping the aching moans that fall from my lips. His mouth begins to slide down my body, his tongue, lips, and teeth leaving marks down my skin as my stomach quivers beneath his touch. Lower and lower, until my eyes bulge as I feel his fingers curl into the waistband of my panties. I stiffen, shivering as my hands jerk down to grab his hair. You're used to a certain kind of girl.
Exactly what sort of girl do you think I'm used to?
He growls into the skin of my hip, his eyes sliding up my body to lock with mine. I smile sarcastically. Submissively obedient, willing to do whatever it takes just to have a chance to be near the great Ares Drakos. His brow cocks, an arrogant smirk on his lips.
Are you done?
Not even close. I'm just getting started. I'm guessing airheaded, vapid, no real opinions for themselves because that would get in the way. Ares sighs, arching his brow. Primped, glamorous, all dolled up at every hour of the day. Waxed. My face burns the second I say it. In hindsight, I'm not sure what I expected for my wedding night. But suffice to say, crazy as it sounds, they didn't entail getting laid. It's a mistake I'm suddenly regretting, now that I'm with Mr. Sex God himself, with the perfect body and the honed muscles and the ridiculously gorgeous cock, who is, I'm sure, used to girls who fall into his bed looking perfect, with smooth legs and waxed pussies. Which isn't me. I mean, yeah, I shaved my legs this morning, and it's not like I've gone full cave woman down there. But let's just say I'm not exactly in a position to wear a bikini right now. Ares arches a brow as he lifts his gaze to mine, I mean... My face burns hotly as he slowly lowers his eyes to my panties, right in front of his face. Without warning, he drops his mouth to my hip and bites. Fuck! I whimper, jolting and gasping in pleasure. And before I can stop him, because I'm still shuddering from the dangerously sexy feel of his teeth against my hip, his fingers slip into my panties and yank them down to mid-thigh. I blush fiercely as he takes in the soft, reddish ginger hair. He licks his lips, and slowly, his eyes drag back up to mine.
Do you really think I'm scared of a little fire?
With a low growl, his mouth drops between my legs, and when his tongue delves between my slick folds, my whole world melts around me.
Oh, fuck.
Ares groans as he drags his tongue up and down my slit, turning me to putty under his mouth. He slides his tongue higher, and when his lips wrap around my throbbing clit and hum against it, I cry out as my body lifts from the bed. I shudder in pleasure as he tongues my aching bud, mercilessly, like he's dominating my clit, demanding submission. He swirls the tip of his tongue around it, teasing it until I'm gasping and clawing at the bedsheets as my hips raise eagerly to his mouth. Ares yanks my panties the rest of the way off and then shoves my knees back and apart, lewdly spreading me open to his hungry gaze. His mouth delves back between my thighs, and I cry out when his tongue plunges into me. His palm smacks my ass, once, twice, 3 times, until I'm shaking and shuddering and so fucking close to coming, it feels like I'm going to explode into a million pieces. Which is exactly when he stops. I choke, eyes bulging and brow furrowing in protest as he pulls away from my pussy. What? But... My face burns hotly as he slides up my body, smirking at me arrogantly.
Yes?
Asshole, I groan. I clamp my mouth shut, shivering, as I glance down to see him wrap a hand around his thick, meaty cock as he spreads my knees wide.
You were saying?
I swallow, ripping my gaze back up to him.
Yes,
he growls, that smirk still on his face. Oh, fuck. I whimper as I feel the large, swollen, silky head of his cock slip between my lips, teasing against my opening.
You were saying?
I groan as I glare up at him. I was close, I mumble.
Good.
What the fuck do you... Oh my God. He slides into me, every single thick inch of him, in one smooth, powerful thrust. My eyes roll back, my body clenches, and suddenly, I'm coming harder than I ever have in my entire life, by a fucking country mile. It's like leaving Earth. It's like every cell in my body comes apart and ignites like fiery embers all at the same time. An out-of-body experience. Ego death. Entering a new dimension. Oh, forget the flowery fucking metaphors. I'm having the biggest, most explosive orgasm I've ever had. And it's literally just from him entering me. Suddenly, his mouth is crushing against mine, and before I know it, I'm kissing him back desperately. My arms start to encircle his neck, but he grips my wrists and shoves them back onto the bed, pinning them there as he hovers over me. I moan, straining against his grip as the aftershocks of my orgasm flicker like mini explosions through my core.
Wrap your legs around my hips, he orders.
I want to defy him because, well, that seems to be our thing. He tells me to do something, I tell him no in creatively crude ways. Except now, it's like he's flipped a switch in me. He's reached in deep within me and turned off the defiance. And all I want is for him to keep making me feel like he just did. I shiver as my legs wrap around his muscled, grooved hips, my ankles locking at his back. Good girl. Fuck. I whimper, shuddering as his cock flexes deep inside of me. His hips begin to pull back. I moan as I drop my gaze to where we are connected, staring in awe as every inch of his slick, glistening cock eases from my eager pussy until just the swollen head is lodged inside. My eyes raise to his, and I shiver at the intensity I see there, holding my gaze, captivating me, all of me. And then he drives into me, hard. I cry out, my thighs squeezing his hips as my eyes roll back. I moan in sheer, unadulterated pleasure as he does it again and again until his hips begin to roll like pistons, pounding his huge, gorgeous cock in and out of me as I come apart beneath him. Ares groans, loudly, and God, is it hot. He does it again, hissing in pleasure as his mouth drops to the crook of my neck. Fuck, does your pretty pussy feel so fucking good milking my cock? My eyes roll back again, my pulse hammering in my ears as he fucks me into the mattress. We start to move faster, both of our hips rolling and rocking against the others, harder and more violently. I moan wildly, my arm muscles straining against his grip, desperately needing to touch him right now. But he keeps them pinned to the bed, and the unrelenting power and strength to his grip forcing my submission is like a drug, a hit of pure dopamine in my frontal cortex I've never felt before. Aries' hips move faster, fucking me even harder as my own body shifts to take him deeper. Our bodies grind together, skin slick with heat and sweat. My moans fill the room, his savage primal grunts filling my ears as we start to fuck. Not make love, not sleep together, not even have sex. This is fucking, like animals, like gods. And holy fuck, is it good. That's it. Keep milking my cock with that greedy little pussy princess. He rasps into my ear. Squeeze my big dick with your little cunt. Harder, tighter. I want your pussy begging for my cum. I'm going to explode, or have a heart attack, or both. And as we race headlong into oblivion, my entire body begins to coil and clench until my vision blurs and starts to go white. You're going to make me fucking come on you so fucking hard, princess. For one split second, I have a flash of clarity. Wait, I blurt, just as I teeter on the edge. I'm not on any birth. Good. Sweet fucking God. It's the animalistic caveman possessiveness in his rough, groaned voice in my ear. It's that simple response to my worry of not being on the pill. Good. That is the lit match that drops on the pool of gasoline boiling in my core. And when it catches, my whole world explodes. All I see is white. All I feel is pure ecstasy, shattering through every nerve in my body as I absolutely shatter. My body arches and my hips rock up from the bed, my arms still pinned fast as the orgasm detonates through me. Ares groans, biting down hard on my neck as he drives his fat cock deep inside and lets go. I can feel him throbbing and pumping violently, what feels like gallons of his hot cum spilling into me as my vision blurs and the air leaves my body, Dimly, I'm aware of his lips on my neck, gently kissing where his teeth just marked me. I'm aware of his hands letting go of my wrists, even though I can't even move now. I'm aware of his mouth teasing out my jawline before his lips hungrily find mine. What the fuck was that? That wasn't fucking. That was a religious experience. That was looking into infinity, coming face to face with a higher power. That was sex, like I didn't remotely know it could be. I shiver as I feel him ease his cock out of me. Fuck, am I going to be sore tomorrow? Worth it. Ares slowly stands, rolling his shoulder and his neck. And of course, seeing as I'm helpless to move, all I do is stare, hungrily, at his ripped physique. My eyes drop, and I blush when I realize I'm staring wolfishly at his still very hard, glistening cock with a single drop of white cum beating at the tip.
You keep looking at me like that, and I'll have no choice but to fuck you again.
My cheeks burn, my lip catching in my teeth as my eyes snap to his. But I groan, shaking my head. Yeah, do you want me to have a heart attack? 'Cause that's how I'll have a heart attack. He grins.
Good heart attack or bad heart attack?
Is there such a thing as a good heart attack?
You tell me.
I grin, chewing on my lip. Yeah, there is. Because whatever the hell that just was, yeah, it was good. Very, very good. Ares grins that slightly arrogant, smug smile back at me, which, I hate to admit, is in a weird way growing on me. Like, it's becoming charming. Yikes, self. I clear my throat as I gingerly sit up on the edge of the bed and reach for my panties. Ares kicks them away. Excuse me? He smirks at me.
You won't be needing them.
I roll my eyes. Well, thank you so much for making that decision for me.
No problem. Now, which side do you like to sleep on?
I tense. I was wondering when we'd get to this. Because this sharing a bed thing is my line. Or rather, it's just over my line. I'll say the vows without really meaning them. I'll wear his ring and be his wife, and I'll do, well, what we just did. Willingly at that, because damn. But sharing a bed seems too intimate, too real, too far over the line for a fake arrangement. I think I'm actually going to sleep on the couch. Ares' brows knit.
Excuse me?
I
fucking heard you,
he growls.
I'd like to know why.
I shrug, meeting his gaze. Because. Fire flares in his eyes.
Because fucking what, Nev?
Because I just want to, okay?
No, actually,
he snaps back.
Not okay. You're my fucking wife.
Oh, come on. He glares at me.
We have an agreement, Nev.
Yes, we do. In public, I'll be your wife.
In private, too, it would seem.
I simmer, remnants of the pleasure I just felt flickering through my core even as I glare at him. That was basic human needs. He mutters dryly. Well, this is going nowhere. I stand, turning and grabbing a pillow from the huge bed before I start to yank the comforter off it.
Where the fuck do you think you're going?
I told you, to sleep on the couch.
The hell you are.
Watch me. He suddenly grabs my wrist, but I yank myself free of his grip, whirling to him. "This isn't real between us, Ares." His eyes narrow dangerously.
"The vows you spoke say otherwise. So does your swollen cunt, with my cum still dripping from it."
My jaw drops, my eyes going wide as my face turns crimson. I start to say something, but no words come, so I just snap my mouth shut instead and turn on my heel to leave the room.
"So, let me make sure I have this correctly. In public, you're my wife, and in private, you're just my whore?"
I spin on a dime, and before I can stop myself, my palm is connecting hard with his cheek. Shit, that was a mistake. Ares' jaw clenches, and his eyes burn with lethal fire. His lips curl as he goes to grab me, but I slap his hand away. "As your whore, this is me fulfilling the contract and leaving afterwards. Good night, asshole." I spit, whirling, but I pause, turning back to him, hurling a murderous glance his way. "And happy fucking wedding day." I turn and storm from the bedroom, taking my pillow and the comforter. Ares slams the door shut behind me. Fuming, I stomp into his living room and shove the comforter and pillow onto the couch before wrapping myself in them. Happy fucking wedding day indeed. And yet, even though I'm furious, now that I'm alone, my mind doesn't focus on what an asshole he just was. And, if I'm being honest, what an asshole I maybe just was, with my abrupt shutdown. It focuses on what happened before all of that, on the part where that man down the hall made my body feel a level of pleasure I know for an absolute fact I've never felt before, to the part where I just had, by far, the best sex of my life. Like, reevaluate your definition of the word orgasm. I chew on my lip, simmering as I sink further into the folds of the comforter. My thighs clench, and a slickness coats them as my skin rubs together. In the darkness of Ares' living room, my traitorous hand snakes down my body between my legs. I turn my head, muffling my moans in the pillow as I start to rub my clit. I'm still sore from the complete and utter fucking Ares gave me earlier, but the need for another release is all-consuming. My fingers roll over my clit, rubbing faster and harder as I squirm, replaying every lurid detail and remembering every filthy thing he growled into my ear earlier, until I can't stand it any longer. I cry out into the pillow, my body twisting and shuddering on the couch as I come against my hand. It's nowhere near what I felt with Ares, but it scratches the itch. Sort of. When the aftershocks fade, I slump under the comforter, inhaling and exhaling heavily as I stare up at the ceiling. Slowly, as the pleasure of my release fades, so do the heated thoughts of the man down the hall, and instead, my thoughts turn darker, more twisted, more terrifying, as they begin to focus on another, on the monster. I flinch, shivering as I relive the moment earlier today when a gun was leveled at my face, as I hear again the words hissed from the man's mouth.
Anshakador says hello.
Anshakador, the executioner, the man who's haunted my nightmares for 15 years, the man who ripped me from my world and shoved me into the dark, dank blackness of that shack in the woods.
The Lord sees and loves you, little one. Your sacrifice will carry the souls of the wicked to hell and give light to all the angels' wings.
With a choke, I flinch, bolting upright on the couch. I gulp, panting, my skin turning to goosebumps as my eyes dart around the huge penthouse. Don't be silly. You're safe here. He can't get you here. Earlier, Killian asked me what the man said to me. I bullshitted and said it was just, I'm going to kill you. I've been trying to figure out why I lied ever since. Now, I think I know. If I can pretend the man with the gun today didn't say what he said, then it's not him. It's not my monster somehow reaching out to me from the pit they threw him into. It's just another nightmare, terrifying but unreal, like the ones I get all the time. But if that man really said that, if he actually looked me in the eye and told me, "The executioner says hello," then I have far bigger problems than a fake mafia marriage to Ares Drakos. I swallow, huddling into myself, as my eyes drift across the living room and into the hallway leading down to Ares' room. Suddenly, I wish I just stayed in there, in his bed, with him. Sleep doesn't come quickly, and it's well past midnight when it finally overtakes me. When it does, it comes with darkness and fear and the memories of the monster.
Chapter 15. Ares. The day after the wedding, there's a big sit-down breakfast/strategy discussion thing at the Kildare home. A stunning, stately 6-story brownstone on the Upper East Side, just off Central Park. Nico Drakos isn't the only one who jumped at the opportunity to seize his piece of the American dream. Lachlan Kildare, Killian's great-grandfather, made his coin the old-fashioned way, by carving it out of the ground 1 blood-soaked inch at a time, and occasionally cracking a few skulls. Lachlan came from a long line of Irishmen who'd clawed their way out of the 5 Points in what became Lower Manhattan, back when the whole city was basically run by warring tribes. Irish, English, Scot, Italian, even some Greeks. But he, like Nico Drakos, was a smart motherfucker. When Lachlan's crew took over a block or started working a protection racket for a new shop or factory, he didn't gamble the money away or spend it on women and booze. At least not all of it. He was smart enough to stick most of it into the stock market, where he made an absolute fucking killing on metal commodities when World War I broke out. But when the economy tanked on Black Tuesday, kicking off the Great Depression, Lachlan lost it all. So he did the only logical thing a man could do. He robbed a U.S. Treasury building. At least, that's the rumor. But it's the only way to explain him losing literally everything, and then suddenly having enough money to buy an entire building in the ritziest neighborhood in the city during a worldwide economic catastrophe with cash, no less. Whatever the actual story is, the Kildare residence is fucking beautiful. I mean, yeah, where I grew up is literally an English country manor, moved brick by brick to New York. But this place screams old money. Dark wood, bronze and marble everywhere, exquisite old-school craftsmanship. It's Gilded Age perfection, and I'm frankly more than a little envious. Nev and I arrive in a chauffeured black SUV, bulletproof, after the shit that went down yesterday, with an armed escort in the car behind us. We ride in silence. In fact, she's barely said shit to me since last night. And in the silence, I sit in the back seat of the SUV replaying every filthy detail of our first night together as husband and wife. God damn, what a night. I've never once fucked like that. Ever. I mean, I do usually play on the rougher side. But there's something about Nev's defiance, or the way she throws shit back in my face, or maybe it's just the way she seems utterly unfazed by me, that brings out the fucking animal in me. Fucking her was raw and wild, and unlike any woman I've ever known before. Being with Nev was like combining 2 radioactive elements and watching the explosion. And honestly, I'm fucking hooked now. It's like every single inch of her was custom built to hit every single button I have, even the ones I didn't know about. Her soft, lithe body, curved in all the right places, creamy skin, dotted with freckles. An ass I could, and absolutely plan to, sink my fucking teeth into. tits perfect for my hands and lips, a mouth begging to be tamed or silenced with my own, or fucked like the bad girl she is. And her pussy. Christ. A vagina has no business being that fucking perfect, like it was tailor-made to snugly squeeze my cock to within an inch of his life. Every thrust was a fight to hang on tight, not to give in and come too soon because it felt so fucking good. In short, by the time we arrive at the Kildare residence in utter silence, I'm hard as a fucking rock again. Inside, Nev immediately leaves, wandering off into the house, saying something about finding her sister. Minutes later, as Killian and I are beginning to discuss strategy and how we're going to proceed after yesterday's attack, Hades arrives, followed directly by Kratos and Calliope. Callie gives me the briefest of nods before heading upstairs to find Nev and Eilish. Hades clears his throat, his face lined, angry, and tired, as he sweeps his gaze over the rest of us. He's been up all night with a couple of carloads of Dracos men, quietly dropping in on any poor bastard he thinks might have any knowledge about yesterday's attack. Seriously, no one's got anything? He growls. Killian clears his throat. Things are in motion. Things are in motion? My brother snaps. I've been out all fucking night kicking in doors and busting heads, and you've got things in motion? The fuck is that supposed to mean? I glare at him. Easy, I hiss. Killian smiles, and I'm struck again by the venomous emerald glint in his eyes. That sort of weird, psycho, off-kilter way he always seems to be looking through people, not at them. I'm not gonna lie. I might not be scared of Killian necessarily, but he still creeps the fuck out of me. It means, Killian growls quietly, that things are in motion. Should I choose to divulge more, I will. If not, his lips curl dangerously in the corners. Then you'll shut your fucking mouth and not ever speak to me in that way again, or I'll cut your tongue out and have it fried up with my morning eggs. Do we understand each other? Hades looks like he wants to keep this shit up, even with me glaring venom at him. Luckily, a subtle kick to the shin from Kratos, standing next to him, shakes him into reality. I didn't sleep much, Hades mutters. Killian clears his throat. Apparently that'll suffice as an apology. Breakfast is laid out in the conservatory upstairs. There's even coffee, for those of us who stayed up a little past their bedtime, he adds pointedly, smiling thinly at Hades. Thankfully, my brother ignores the bait. We all follow Killian upstairs, where I peel off to use the bathroom. After I'm done and I'm exiting, shaking my hands dry, I suddenly run right into a wall. Or rather, a wall runs right into me. A blonde, tick-the-fuck-off wall. I grit my teeth, snarling as Castle grabs me by the collar and slams me into a wall. You'll want to take your hands off me 2 fucking seconds ago, I hiss. Yeah? He snaps viciously, glaring death at me. You don't like it when people lay hands on you? I frown. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? He snarls, shoving close. What's wrong with me is you laying your fucking hands on Nev. My brows knit as I stare at him in complete confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Married less than 24 fucking hours and you're already smacking her around. His lips curl into a snarl. And then you have the audacity to show up here thinking I'm not going to fucking kill you for it? Okay, I'm seriously confused. First, I snap. You need to remove your fucking hands from me. Second, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. I frown. Fuck. Is this her next bright idea? Lie to her overprotective bodyguard that I've been hitting her, so he'll come break my knees? Did Nev say something to you? She didn't have to. Castle spits. I fucking saw the marks you left on her, motherfucker. I frown in puzzlement. The marks I left on. I freeze, and suddenly it's taking all my power not to grin. Her neck. I mutter quietly. You saw marks on her neck. Castle's face goes livid. Damn right I did. And if you think that's fucking funny, maybe it'd be best if you stopped sticking your nose into what two married, consenting adults do behind closed doors. He blinks, and then suddenly the light bulb goes on over his head. He makes a face, wrinkling his nose as his hands suddenly drop from my shirt. Huh. Yeah. Huh. I mutter back, adjusting my collar. Castle glares at me. I smile thinly back. What's the matter, Castle? Jealous? I doubt it, but this is something I've been wondering about and I have to know. Fake or not, Nev is my fucking wife now. And I'd very much like to know if the burly, fairly handsome motherfucker who has been protecting her all these years has been doing so merely because it's his job, or because he wants to get in her panties. I have my answer instantly, though, when his face scrunches up in obvious distaste. Christ, no, you fucking pervert. I was just concerned because she's basically my kid sister. I push the point. You positive? Sure it's not a little crush, Castle? Not the teensiest bit jealous that I got to go places you've only... He snaps, more viciously than I was expecting. I grunt as his hands wrap around my neck, slamming me back against the wall. You're talking about a woman who is basically my sister, he snarls. So shut the fuck up and show a little fucking respect, you deviant little fuck. Castle? He stiffens, both of us yanking our heads around to see Eilish standing there, staring at us like we've both gone insane. What the hell is going on? Nothing. Castle's hands drop from my neck. He clears his throat as he steps away from me. Nothing, Isles. Just a friendly disagreement. Friendly? Her voice is dripping with sarcasm. I shrug. Yep, completely friendly, Castle mutters. Okay, well, my uncle is looking for both of you, so come get some breakfast. She gives Castle a strange look before turning and disappearing again around the corner. You're a fucking asshole, you know that? He grunts at me. Oh, so it's the younger sister you've got a hard-on for. This time I'm ready for him and I dodge the wild haymaker he throws at me. Barely, I'll grant him that. I turn on him, lips pulling into a snarl as I shrug off my jacket and bring my hands up. You want to dance, motherfucker? I growl. Oh, believe me, I've been dying for ages to knock your smug fucking teeth down your... What the actual fuck? Shit. Both of us whirl at the sound of Nev's voice this time. She stands with her fists on her hips, glaring at both of us. Are we done with the macho dick measuring contest? Because that would be great. Castle scowls, glaring at me. You tell me, pretty boy, he grunts. Are we done here? You done playing games, trying to figure out where my loyalties are or what my fucking intentions are towards the two young ladies I've guarded with my life since they were children, you fucking weirdo? I blink, and suddenly I realize how far past the line all of that just went. And it all stemmed from this crazy idea of Castle lusting after Nev, which is clearly and obviously not a thing. So why the fuck did it rile me up so much? Why the hell did I just go all alpha caveman on Castle, who's obviously an ally, and a good one, when it comes to Nev? I frown, blowing air through my lips. Yeah, I mutter, sticking my hand out. We're done. Castle eyes me. I shrug. Sorry, My eyes dart to Nev, then back to him. He nods subtly, firmly shaking my hand and then bringing me in for a clap on the back. He lingers for a second, his mouth near my ear, on the far side from where Nev is standing glaring at us so she can't hear. We're on the same side, friend. We both just want her safe, yeah? I nod. Yeah. Good. He slaps me on the back once more, then pulls away and smiles at Nev as he claps his hands together. All right, where's this famous breakfast? I'm starving. He walks off, leaving Nev and me alone. She levels a withering gaze at me. Really? Really what? You're jealous of Castle? I'm not jealous, I grunt. My finger darts between us. Not real, remember? Don't even share a bed. Nev rolls her eyes, and without another word, she stalks off. Okay, seriously. Fuck married life. After breakfast, and a lengthy talk about beefing up security at the main Kildare residence, the Dracos estate and my penthouse, and even more talks about possible leads into whatever the fuck happened at the wedding, we all go our separate ways. Nev and Eilish head into the library along with my sister. Kratos has some people he wants to talk to in Brooklyn in person, so he takes off. Castle disappears with Killian into his study to make some calls, leaving me alone at the breakfast table nursing a coffee next to Hades. So, my brother grins wolfishly at me. How is the wedding night? Fuck off. He chuckles. Don't get me wrong, they're fun, but maybe lay off the neck bites when there's going to be a family breakfast the next morning. Pro tip. If Demetra saw that shit, she'd take a shoe to your ass. I roll my eyes. She's my goddamn wife, Hades. 1, shut up. 2, show a little fucking respect. Just trying to save your sorry ass from Yaya. He shrugs, sipping his coffee before he turns and glances into the library. Nev and Callie are looking at what appear to be wedding pictures on Callie's phone, judging from the running commentary. Eilish strolls over and leans over the arm of the couch to take a look, causing her skirt to rise up a bit more than maybe she'd like it to if she knew Hades was ogling her. Well, hello. I glare at my brother, grabbing his chin and yanking his face back to me. Hey, hands off, dick. I'll take my hands off if you keep your eyes off Eilish. He arches a brow. And why is that? Because she's your fucking family now, you degenerate. Not really. Hades. He chuckles, shaking his head and patting my knee. Relax. She's not my type anyway. I was under the impression has a pulse was your type. Hades clasps his heart, wincing dramatically. No. But honestly, I'm not hounding after your wife's sister. Chill. She's too damn innocent anyway. Clean and sweet is a turnoff for me, you know that. I roll my eyes, standing as I finish the rest of my coffee. And you, brother? Hades grunts. Is Nev your type? I don't answer. Just give him a sharp look before I turn and head off to find Killian in his office. No, she's not. But she's still mine. And I crave more.
Chapter 16. Nev. Over the past week, I've fallen into a routine. Or at least, my nights into mornings have. A routine that involves sleeping alone on the couch, while my husband sleeps in a bed that has to be even bigger than a king. Like a custom-made job that's gotta be 15 feet wide. Ares could fit another 10 people in there easily. Which is a thought that lingers in my head like poison. Because I'm not actually imagining 10 other people in Ares' bed with him. I'm thinking of 10 other women in some freakazoid orgy. And God, do I hate how stabby and wound up that makes me. But aside from the nights spent on the couch, I'm basically confined to either his penthouse or, so long as I'm escorted there, The Kildare Brownstone. Classes have been put on hold, or at least attending them in person has. Killian's orders, given the attack at the wedding. I've protested, mostly because I feel like I need to make a stink about it. In the end, though, the idea of heading to campus makes me feel exposed. And whenever I think about walking to and from different classes, all I can visualize is that man with the gun leaping from the shadows, trying to kill me again. So, I'm now officially a remote student, which isn't actually a thing at NYU. I looked it up. And yet, here I am. Which almost certainly has something to do with my uncle, even if he assures me he was nothing but cordial when he talked to my professors and the administration. In the end, so long as it doesn't affect my grades, and I'm still allowed to attend remotely, I decide I don't need to know the full truth. Of course, that doesn't stop my nemesis from making a special point to darken my already sour mood. I wince when I see the number for Professor Martell, my urban policy professor, on my phone. Hi, Professor Mar. I don't know how you swung it, and I'm sure I don't want to know. Professor Martell, I'm so sorry. There's been a small family issue. She barks out a cold laugh. Oh, I'm sure there has. Now, would this be the issue of your recent marriage to the head of a Greek crime family? Or would it have something to do with your criminal uncle? Perhaps there's a bank that needs heisting? Needless to say, there's a reason I call her my nemesis. Urban policy is already an incredibly hard and nuanced class, but it's even worse with Professor Candace Martell breathing down my neck because she's got some sort of vendetta against me. Lord knows why. Anyway, I'm calling because I wanted to make sure you were aware that being remote will mean tougher scrutiny on your coursework. Because of course it will. I'm aware. And thank you again, Professor, for the understanding. I hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Nev. She hangs up. Yeah, me too. It's the 6th or 7th morning of living with Aries when I sit bolt upright on the couch, waking up to pure bedlam. My heart pounds like it's in full survival mode as violent, horrifying, and fucking loud music thunders through the penthouse. No, scratch that. Not even music. It's noise. Like a wall of sonic chaos with someone who sounds like a demon screaming over it. It's basically the crap they blasted at the captured terrorists in Zero Dark 30, and I feel like my heart is about to explode out of my chest, or like I'm about to have a nervous breakdown, just 7 seconds after waking up. What the fuck? Scowling, I wrap the duvet around myself and storm down the hallway that leads to Aries' bedroom and his home office. The office door is closed, so I pound on it furiously, over and over, not actually sure if he can even hear me over the madness. But suddenly, the door yanks open, and I blink as I come face to face with a very shirtless Aries. His biceps are more pumped up than usual, and there's a sheen of sweat on his chest. Glancing past him, I can see the workout bench and dumbbells set up on the far side of the office, next to his desk. I swallow thickly, heat creeping into my face. It's been a week since that first night, our wedding night, when he helped me peel my dress off and then went on to peel away just about every single one of my inhibitions and reservations. When he fucked me to within an inch of my life, making me come so hard, I'm fairly sure I have permanent abdominal muscle strains from clenching so tightly. That hasn't been repeated. In fact, we haven't touched each other at all, much less done that. And it's not like either of us is rebuking the other's advances. There hasn't been an advance from either of us. We haven't even really spoken much. It's as if we had one night of explosive sex and then both remembered that this was a fake marriage and decided to throw walls up. Very, very high walls. Which is fine with me. Well, almost fine. Because while that one night might have been explosive on a level that's left me shaken, not to mention still bruised and sore, it's not like it got it out of our system. Or at least, it didn't get it out of my system. Actually, I'm pretty sure it made it worse. Sleeping with Ares that one night was like trying heroin. It was like getting a rush from an addictive demon that you gladly allowed to sink its claws into you. An addiction you literally dream about. Which I do. Vividly. Nightly. In excruciating, mortifying detail. Because while I might toss and turn all night, dreaming of sliding into Ares' bed and feeling him take me like that again, there is no freaking way in hell I'm going to be the one who brings it up or initiates anything. It's not some dumb gender role thing either. It's pride. There's no goddamn way I'm giving that smug, arrogant man the satisfaction of having me ask him, worse, beg him, to fuck me again. Nope, not happening. As for Ares, either he's playing the same not asking first game, or else he doesn't want a repeat. And not to toot my own horn, but I call bullshit on option number 2. Which means we're both playing this Cold War game of not giving in first. And I hate it. I stop short, still simmering, forcing my eyes to stay on his instead of sliding down his grooved, muscled, sinful body.
Yes?
I scowl at him. What the fuck are you listening to?
It's called death metal, princess.
It's awful.
Well, thank you for that unsolicited admission of having shit taste in music.
I glare at him. Excuse me? I have fantastic taste in... Could you please turn that down?
What?
I said... I scream. Could you please turn this down?
Ah.
He smiles thinly and smugly at me.
No.
I stare at him. Please? Ares lifts a shoulder, cocking a brow.
I could.
But
it'll cost you.
My eyes narrow lethally at him. Really?
Really and truly.
I flinch as the singer, or the troll, or goblin, or whoever the fuck is screaming German or Elvish or Klingon or whatever into the microphone, starts in again on the deafening track. Fine, I snap. How much? Just say it. Ares' smile turns sadistic and heated. I hate how my pulse suddenly quickens, how my nipples harden under the thin t-shirt I wore to bed last night.
Gladly. The price is you, on your knees, right here and right now, with my cock down your throat.
I wish to God I could say my first reaction is to slap him, or to call him a pig, or an asshole, or to tell him to go fuck himself with a red-hot poker. Instead, though, because apparently sleeping with Ares Drakos all of once has turned me into a dick junkie with the hair-trigger libido of a 12-year-old boy, that's not what my first reaction is. At all. The first thing I do when he names his price is to clench my thighs together as heat pools between them. The second thing I do is forcibly stop myself from literally dropping to my knees right here. I think I need psychiatric help. I swallow, collecting myself and forcing my breath and pulse to steady as best they can. Then I smile tightly at him, trying to hold back the rush of lust that floods my face. Ares smiles back.
Is that a yes I see in your eyes, dear wife?
No, that was actually a go suck it yourself, asshole, that you saw. Rookie mistake. Don't beat yourself up. His lips curl into a snarl at the corners, and I shiver.
We're having dinner at my family's home tonight. My people, yours, a few business associates.
Why? Ares shrugs.
Because we need to portray a strong, united front to our enemies and our allies. It's all part of the show. You'll be ready to leave at 6.
Pass. He frowns.
Excuse me?
I said, pass. As in, no thank you.
It wasn't a request, wife. Neither is the stipulation that you wear what I have laid out on the bed for you.
My brows knit as I turn to glance down the hall at the open door to the bedroom. I glance back at him.
You're not curious?
I grit my teeth. Fuck, of course I am. Ares grins, brushes past me, and strides into the bedroom. I follow, if only to get further away from that fucking death metal. Inside the bedroom, he turns, raising a muscled arm to lift a thin, short, glittery, and glamorous little black dress. It's so not me, it's comical. Yeah, no, I'm not wearing that.
You very much are.
I'm sorry. Were you under the impression that I was a professional escort? I snap. Because that's who wears a dress like that.
Then the escorts you're familiar with have very good taste. You're wearing this tonight.
I draw in a slow breath, measuring my words before I raise my eyes, smiling tautly at him. Do you remember me mentioning that you might be used to a certain type of girl? Ares rolls his eyes. The type who would wear that? I press. And how I'm not that girl? Ares is silent for a second, just staring at me. Suddenly, he makes an exaggerated yawning motion. Asshole! He clears his throat.
Sorry, I sort of nodded off there for a second.
You are such a dick!
And you'll be ready at 6, wearing this. We'll drive over together. End of discussion.
Before I can open my mouth, he's already striding across the bedroom into the bathroom. His workout shorts and briefs suddenly drop to the floor as he steps out of them, turning my face a scandalous shade of red as my eyes become glued to his perfect ass. Then he clears his throat, snapping my eyes up to his, looking at me with amusement over his shoulder. My face throbs with heat.
If you'd like a closer look, you're more than welcome to join me in the shower.
I swallow, shuddering slightly as raw desire instantly floods my system.
I mean, he smirks. If you really need it.
His cocky grin makes sure I very much understand it doesn't mean a shower. No, he's looking for me to break first, to beg him if I can take a shower with him, if just to be near his cock.
You're more than welcome to,
he says again, winking at me.
So long as you say please.
Motherfucker. I throw his smug smile right back at him, flipping him off before I storm out of the bedroom as the shower starts behind me. I march right into his office and shut the music off, physically exhaling in relief as the blessed silence suddenly drapes over me. Thank God! I was about to lose my damn sanity if I had to listen to another minute of that. Back in the living room, I curl up on the couch with a cup of coffee and pull my laptop and books out of my bag. Fake mafia married or not, I still have schoolwork to get through if I'm ever going to get this freaking master's degree. I'm grumpy, still half asleep, and wildly undersexed. But at least it's quiet. I almost jump out of my skin as the rage-screaming metal music suddenly blasts through the penthouse from Ares' office. Coffee spills onto my lap and all over my study notes and I curse loudly as I spring to my feet.
Sorry, did you say something?
I whip my gaze up, glaring furiously at Ares as he leans casually against the wall by the hallway. He's dressed this time, at least. You asshole! He frowns, tapping his ears and shaking his head.
I'm sorry, could you speak up? I can't hear you over the music.
I glare daggers at him.
I have to go attend to some things. The dress is still on the bed. You will be ready at 6.
My teeth grind as I watch him casually stroll across the penthouse, open the door, and leave without another word. The second the front door is closed, I march back to his office to turn the freaking music off, only to find the door shut and locked. Son of a bitch! Chapter 17. Nev. I smile cordially at the member of the Dracos household staff who greets me when I step off the elevator into the lavish home.
Good evening, Mrs. Dracos.
Ms. Kildare. The man frowns in puzzlement. I'm keeping my maiden name, I explain. He nods stiffly.
Very good, ma'am. Drinks are being served in the second-floor library.
That sounds great. Was that too enthusiastic? I'm already buzzed from the 2 glasses of wine I drank a little quickly at the cocktail lounge down the street. May I trouble you for the time? The man smiles and glances at his watch.
7:15, miss.
Lovely. Thank you.
Shall I escort you to the...
Oh, no, thank you. I can manage. A spring in my step and a pleasant wine buzz lifting my spirits, I skip down the hall to one of the elegant marble staircases that lead to the second floor. I pause at one of the gold-gilded mirrors hanging on the wall, spinning and grinning at myself. The strappy, open-backed, floor-length dress is far more my style than whatever that pretty woman bullshit was that Ares wanted me to prance around in. This one is white with a blue design, reminding me of a classic blue china pattern, and I love it. This is what happens when Ares decides to throw his weight around and try to make me his docile, obedient little wife. Not ready and waiting for him at 6. Not wearing the little dress-up outfit he picked out for me. My terms. I enjoy one more delighted twirl before I make my way up to the library for cocktails. But I'm barely stepping off the staircase before a hand suddenly grabs my wrist and spins me to pin me against the wall. I gasp, my heart skipping and thudding as my eyes lock with my husband's stormy, piercing ones.
This is an interesting game you've chosen to play.
I shiver. Even though I've got liquid courage flowing in my veins, and even though I've given myself a pep talk over the past hour sitting at the bar, telling myself I'm not going to put up with his crap, standing here, pinned to the wall, with the most dangerously attractive and lethal man I've ever known looming over me, I still falter a little. Then I catch myself, drawing a breath and shrugging casually. I'm not playing any games.
Bullshit. I waited for you for...
I'm simply choosing not to play your game. Ares' eyes narrow.
I told you quite clearly.
It still hasn't dawned on you that you don't own me, has it? His eyes flare, and his grip tightens on my arm, making me shiver as heat and lust simmer traitorously and dangerously through me.
Like hell I don't. You're my wife.
I roll my eyes. I'm your roommate, Ares. We don't even share a bed.
It's a little hard to feel sympathy for a woman who's actively decided to spend her nights on the couch, Nev.
Wow, Ares. I know a woman not falling over herself to crawl on hands and knees to your bed is a foreign concept to you. Well, I'm glad to be opening your eyes to fresh experiences. You're welcome. He smiles smugly.
Ah, there's that jealousy again.
I pause when I see a flash of movement past his shoulder. Down the hall, a woman steps out of the library, cocktail in one hand and a cell phone up to her ear in the other. She smiles broadly at something, nodding before she turns to glance our way. I wasn't jealous a second ago. But when I realize who the woman is, my temper, and the jealousy I keep swearing to myself doesn't exist, surges. Lucia fucking Bolinaro. Here. Again. She flashes a quick, fake smile at me before she ducks back into the library. My pulse thuds as I turn back to Ares and smile. Oh, please. You wish I was jealous of your whores. He snorts.
My whores?
Your special friends, I sneer. Women, girlfriends, fuck buddies, paramours, whatever you call them all. His brow furrows, a slight curl lingering at the corners of his mouth.
I'm 31, Nev, he growls. I hope you weren't under the impression that I'd been saving myself for marriage.
Oh, believe me, I never once imagined you would have that sort of self-control, I snap. But I'm not sure, given how important our whole image thing is to you, that inviting them to dine with your new wife is exactly appropriate. He frowns in confusion before it clicks for him.
You're talking about Lucia?
I'm not talking about...
She's a friend.
Great.
As in, a friend, Nev, he mutters. That's not a euphemism. Her father is Ricardo Bolinaro. We're connected through business. Not that I should have to fucking explain myself to you.
You don't, because I don't give a shit. He rolls his eyes before narrowing them at me.
And you, he growls quietly. Any skeletons of ex-boyfriends I should know about?
Oh, loads. It's like pushing a button. Instantly, I watch his face stiffen into a mask of fury, his eyes livid and dangerous. I shiver, swallowing back the flush of excitement at how outrageously hot it is that he looks like that at the mention of my exes. Which, by the way, there's a grand, pathetic total of 1. I'm 24, Ares, I spit back at him, mimicking his tone from a second ago. I hope you weren't under the impression that I'd been saving myself. His jaw tightens, and so does his possessive grip on my arm, to an almost painful level. But fuck! Is it hot to see him morph into this mask of fury and jealousy just at the teasing mention of someone else? Aww, is your poor whittle ego bruised that I wasn't a blushing bride on our wedding night? I gasp as he suddenly yanks me almost off my feet, dragging me around the corner and shoving me ahead of him through a doorway into a guest bathroom. My pulse skyrockets, my core quivering and clenching as Ares storms in after me and locks the door. Just what the fuck do you think you're... My words turn into a whimper as he forcibly spins me around, pinning me to the full-length mirror mounted on the tiled wall just inside the bathroom. His weight presses to me, crushing me and making me gasp eagerly as I feel his lips by my ear.
I saw plenty of blushing on you, he growls.
I blurt a stifled, shuddered moan when his teeth rake my earlobe.
Especially when I was fucking you.
My brow caves, my cheek pressed to the mirror, and my breath fogging it as he yanks my dress up to my waist. He spanks my ass with his palm, making me yelp as I claw at the glass in front of me.
And let's get something straight.
Ares hisses dangerously into my ear. I gasp, and my eyes stare as he yanks my panties down to my knees and shoves his thigh between my legs, forcing them apart. I hear his zipper, and I tremble as I pant against the mirror, shuddering when one of his big hands wraps around my throat from behind.
We are not roommates. You're my fucking wife.
His fat, swollen cock head sinks between my pussy lips, pausing there as I teeter on the edge of my sanity.
And I'm fucking tired of pretending otherwise.
He grips my hip, squeezes my throat, and drives every fucking inch of his huge cock deep into me in one powerful thrust. Holy fuck! For a split second, I wince, but the pleasure that follows the initial invading sensation is overwhelming. He growls, roughly plunging into me again, this time so forcefully that it raises me up onto the balls of my feet. I cry out, moaning against the mirror as waves of desire cloud my vision. Ares growls into my ear, gripping me tightly and fucking me brutally, mercilessly, aggressively, deliciously. And as his gorgeous cock pile drives into me over and over, his abs slapping my ass and his fingers wrapped tight around my throat, I lose myself in the savageness of it. I've been craving this, like a drug, like a junkie aching for the next hit. All freaking week.
Tell me.
He rasps into my ear, grunting as he fucks me, his balls slapping my clit as I whine in pleasure.
Tell me how many times you've touched yourself on that couch over the last week, thinking of me, pinning you down, and fucking you like I know damn well you've wanted me to.
I whimper again, panting as he rams into me, fucking me against the mirror over and over. I didn't.
Liar. How many times, Nev?
He growls as he buries himself, his hand leaving my hip to spank my ass hard.
Tell me how many fucking times you've made this pretty little pussy come, wishing it was
10, I blurt, sobbing on the pleasure as he grinds his cock deep into me. Ares groans.
You touched yourself 10 fucking times in 7 days?
I whimper.
Such a dirty girl.
His teeth bite at my neck, making me gasp as the pleasure mounts.
Show me.
I don't even bother fighting it. I don't try and act scandalized or shocked. I can't. I just instantly drop one of my hands eagerly and greedily between my legs, moaning as I start to rub my slippery clit as he fucks me.
There's my good girl.
He rasps into my ear.
Let me feel you fucking come for me. Let me feel this hot little pussy come all over my fucking cock, like I know it's been aching to all fucking week.
I cry out, moaning louder and louder as he hammers into me. I know our families are right down the hall and might be able to hear. I know I'm being too loud, but I can't stop. I feel a pinch and a yank at my knees, and then the sound of fabric ripping. Before suddenly, lace is pressed into my mouth, and my world ignites. It's my panties. He just ripped my fucking panties off and shoved them into my mouth to muffle my moans and cries as he fucks me against the bathroom wall. I lose all self-control, all composure, all sense of anything except the electric feel of his body pinning me to the mirror as his thick cock pistons into me again and again like a jackhammer until my legs start to give out. His hand tightens around my throat as his mouth teases over my earlobe.
Look at yourself,
he commands. I whimper as my eyes lift to the mirror. My pulse surges and my core clenches tight as I take in the utterly submissive sight. Ares roughly fucking me from behind, my face turning red from the pleasure and his fingers around my throat, my panties stuffed into my mouth as drool drips down my chin, all while I'm rubbing my clit furiously, desperate for release.
And now you'll watch yourself fucking come for me. Do it. Watch yourself come all over my cock like a greedy girl.
I explode. I mean, my entire freaking world detonates. I scream into the gag in my mouth and claw at the mirror so hard, I'm sure it's going to shatter. I arch against it, my toes flexing as I rise up onto the balls of my feet, with his cock buried to the hilt inside of me. The release feels like crossing over into the afterlife for a second. It's like being blown apart into a million fluttering, scattering pieces, swept up in the vortex of a hurricane. I blast off into another world, choking and sobbing in pleasure against the mirror as Ares sinks into me. I moan as I feel his cock throb and pulse, spilling his cum deep inside of me as I sink back into him. Time goes still. The world stops turning. Holy shit! I'm still shaking as I feel his lips brush my neck and my ear. The ruined panties are pulled from my lips, and I choke out a whimpered moan. Then suddenly, he's twisting my head around, and his lips are crushing mine, kissing me deeply. Slowly, I turn in his arms. My hands cup his face as his slide possessively over my lips, pulling me to him. The kiss deepens, surging as we gasp into each other's mouths. And then, it's over. Slowly, he pulls back, his eyes sparking with liquid fire as they meet mine. I blush as he tucks his cock back into his slacks and smooths down my dress.
I'm not sure you'll be putting these back on.
I look down to see him twirling my ripped, wet panties on a finger. My face burns hotly, and my lips purse as I yank them from his hands and stuff them into my bag after I pick it up off the floor. Swallowing, I look up into his eyes, and we both just sort of freeze. Ares clears his throat as he fixes his jacket and sweeps his hair back from his face with his fingers.
Now,
he growls, eyeing me with a small smirk on his face that electrifies me all over again.
Let's go eat.
I don't know what that just was, but it was something else altogether. Something unexpected. Something soaring and high, maybe to a height we weren't supposed to reach, like Icarus flying too close to the sun. Because it sure as fuck feels like I'm on fire. Chapter 18. Nev. I walk next to Ares in a daze as we head down the hall to the library, where everyone is having pre-dinner drinks. My pulse is still thudding in my ears. My legs feel like spaghetti, and my ankles wobble in my heels. I wince as I start to topple, my ankle almost twisting. Suddenly, his hand is there, entwining with mine, his other hand on my lower back to steady me.
You okay?
Fine. I shrug casually. You? Ares glances at me, arching a brow. It's like the Cold War we had all week, with neither of us wanting to be the first to suggest another round of Olympian, godlike sex to the other. I smirk to myself. Guess I won that one, seeing as he's the one who just dragged me into the bathroom to fuck my brains out. But now that the pressure valve has been released, and we've blown off that steam and sexual energy, it's like we're back to square one of yet another stalemate. Except this time, neither of us wants to be the one to state the obvious. That whatever just happened back there was crazy good. Absurdly good. Ruined for normal sex now good. Ares shrugs.
I'm fine.
Cool. Cool? Ugh. Just then, mercifully right before we get to the door to the huge Draco's family library and cocktails, we pass a big gilded mirror hanging on the wall. I turn, and my face drops as I catch my reflection, which I apparently neglected to really and truly take in back in the bathroom, while I was still in the throes of my post-orgasmic high. I'm a mess. No, scratch that. I am a hot mess. In fact, I look like the poster child for just got fucked silly in a bathroom. Which, of course, is what I am. Big yikes. I stop short, pulling my hand from Aries. Were you planning to let me walk into dinner with both of our families looking like this? He grins, shrugging. Dick?
Again? So soon? Well, if you insist. But Yaya is really going to be pissed if we're late for—
Oh my God, grow up, I mutter, biting back a grin and forcing a scowl as I glare at him. I pause in front of the mirror to fix my hair and pull a lipstick out of my bag. You go in first. I'll be right there.
Sure.
He leans in and kisses my cheek. Both of us freeze. I blink quickly. His brow furrows, his jaw clicking before he clears his throat.
Yeah, see you in there.
It's not until he's back in the library, door closed between us, that I exhale. Like, seriously, what the hell is happening? Quickly, I finish making myself not look like a club skank. When I turn to the door to the library, I pause. I'm not ready for all that family chit-chat yet. So instead, I turn and click my heels down a different, gorgeously decorated hallway of the extensive Dracos estate. I poke my head into a sitting room, and there, across the room near the window, I spy a fully stocked bar cart. Lovely. I march over and pour myself a small glass of whiskey. Neat. It's not like I'm an alcoholic and need a drink. But, I mean, right now, I kinda need a drink. The whiskey burns nicely as it goes over my tongue and down my throat. I shiver, exhaling slowly as I turn, and just about have a heart attack when I realize I'm not alone in the room. Demetria Dracos is sitting in a chair right next to the door I just walked through. She's such a tiny, bird-like thing that I never even saw her. Oh, hi, I blurt. The Dracos matriarch smiles at me, toasting with the glass of wine in her hand. I grin. Looks like we both wanted a quieter drink than a whole cocktail party. She just smiles back, nodding. And suddenly, it occurs to me that the reason we haven't really ever had a conversation, not even at the wedding, is that she doesn't speak English. I smile curiously at her. So, how's your night going? The older woman grins and nods. Ohito sukalo osuesi. Alaofto shimveni yate den megamasan monosto banyo ton episkepton. Ah. She chuckles, grinning at me and taking a sip of wine. Right, so that's a no on the English. You don't speak English, do you? I venture. Demetria smiles broadly, her face lighting up. English, yes! New York! Okay! Then she nods to the chair against the wall next to her and pats it invitingly with her free hand. I grin, nodding as I walk over and sit down next to my grandmother-in-law. So, I'm your new granddaughter-in-law. I arch my brows at her, smiling wryly. Lucky you, I add sarcastically. Bet you didn't have any idea what a headache I'd be for your grandson. She smiles, still nodding. You're probably smiling because you think I'm going to fall in love with him and give you all lots of babies. But that's just not going to happen. Sorry. Neither part. Demetra just keeps on smiling. I just had the most mind-blowing sex of my life in your guest bathroom with your grandson, I blurt. I mean, like wow type sex. Know what I mean? She smiles, nodding again. I chuckle, grinning as I clink my glass to hers. Well, cheers, Demetra. Suddenly, a large man pokes his head into the room. Kratos, the resident Dracos giant. His brows knit when he sees Demetra and I sitting together, but then he smiles.
Ready for dinner, Yaya? Et mia vitno?
Dimitra sighs, standing and draining the last of her wine in one go. I think she and I might just get along swimmingly. Even if her grandson is a grumpy pants with an ego about as big as his... Yeah. She pats Kratos on the arm and walks out by herself. My brother-in-law turns to smile at me.
Have a nice talk with Yaya?
Oh, fantastic. He grins as we both file into the library, where a huge table has been beautifully set, with everyone else already sitting around it. Eilish gives me a, "Where the heck have you been?" look, and I fight back the blush that rises to my face as I take the only empty seat at the table, right next to Ares, of course. Waiters bring out plates of food and pour wine. Suddenly, there's the sound of a spoon clinking against a wine glass. When I look up, I raise a brow when I see Dimitra standing at the head of the table.
Everyone quiet,
Hades grunts.
Yaya wants to give a speech.
Callie, who's sitting on the other side of me, giggles as she leans close. Oh man, Yaya loves her grand speeches. You'll have to translate, I murmur at her, before I turn as Dimitra clears her throat.
I want to thank everyone from both families for being here tonight.
It's in perfect English. Fuck me sideways.
And I want to say, cheers to family, to the future, and...
She turns, leveling her eyes at me as I shrink, praying to all that is holy that I'll melt into a puddle and seep through the cracks in the floor.
To falling in love.
She winks at me.
And lots of babies, of course.
She's fucking with me.
We're so happy to welcome such a good girl like Nev into our home and our family, as wife to our dear Ares.
Yep, she's totally fucking with me. Ares leans in, his mouth by my ear.
Do you think she'd still think you were such a good girl if she knew you'd just been fucked against the bathroom wall with your own panties stuffed in your mouth?
His lips tease my earlobe.
Tell me,
he growls.
Can you still feel my cum deep inside you? Or is it already dripping down your...
I keep smiling at the rest of the table as I shove my fist down towards his balls. But he stops me cold, his grip twisting my hand away as he shakes his head.
I'm beginning to like it a little too much when you play dirty, dear.
We all start to eat, when suddenly, a chiming sound from a cell phone dings through the murmur of conversation. Ares frowns, glaring at Hades, as his younger brother winces and pulls a phone sheepishly out of his jacket pocket. No phones at the table, dummy, Callie teases. Yaya's rules.
Yeah, I know,
Hades mutters, shooting his grandmother a sheepish look.
Sorry, Yaya. I forgot it wasn't on silent.
His eyes land on his phone. And slowly, his whole face goes still.
Hades,
Ares mutters.
Put the damn phone. We need to turn on the news.
The whole table looks confused as Hades lurches to his feet, glancing at Killian. Ares frowns.
Hades, we're in the middle of...
Now, Ares, Hades hisses, a cold look on his face. He bolts across the room, pushing a button on a remote that slides one of the bookcases aside, revealing a flat-screen display behind it. The rest of us glance at each other nervously as we all get up and head over, while Hades switches on the news. A big news network logo fills the screen, and dramatic theme music plays underneath, before a familiar anchor clears her throat and nods to the camera. Welcome back to the show. If you're just tuning in, we're about to go live to ADX Florence Supermax Prison in Fremont County, Colorado. Something inside me tenses and goes ice cold. Where we're about to bring you face to face, for the very first time since his incarceration, with the most dangerous man in America. Oh, God. No. I feel a presence behind me. Stiffening, I swivel my eyes to the side and steal a glance over my shoulder to see a stern-faced Killian glaring pure hate at the screen.
"Might be best if you didn't watch,"
he murmurs to me. The screen cuts to another reporter. This one is sitting in a stark metal room, on a steel chair bolted to the cement floor. He looks nervous as hell, like Clarice Starling the first time she meets Hannibal Lecter. The reporter clears his throat.
"Good evening. We've received special permission from the United States Justice Department to bring you this exclusive in-person interview with the most dangerous man in America."
My eyes squeeze shut. I feel like I'm about to fall over. Suddenly, Eilish is right there next to me, her hand gripping mine and squeezing it tight comfortingly.
"Seamus O'Connor."
The door behind the reporter swings open. My vision tunnels, blocking everything out around me, until all I see is two guards leading, in handcuffs, the bear of a man with the silver beard, long silver hair, and look of pure evil glinting in his eyes as they suddenly snap up to stare down the barrel of the camera lens, and right into my soul. For the first time in 15 years, even if it's through a TV, I'm face to face with the monster. My monster. Hades whistles, shaking his head as the built older man on screen has his manacles adjusted so he is cuffed to his chair, which is similarly bolted to the floor at a safe distance from the reporters. "The devil!" Demetra's voice is cold and vicious, her eyes narrowed at the screen.
"Welcome, Mr. O'Connor."
The reporter launches into his interview on the TV.
"Now, you were a contract killer for the Irish mob, is that right?"
My monster smiles widely, flashing white teeth set into a jaw that might even be handsome if it wasn't pure evil.
"No, I was an artist."
The reporter glances nervously at the camera as he clears his throat again.
"Right, of course. Well, one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you today is that even though there's been public calls for you never to be released, it would appear you're up for parole next month."
It feels like my lungs have been ripped out. I choke, suddenly unable to breathe, and I falter, only being saved from actually falling to the floor by Eilish and Killian. "What the fuck?" I turn my head, my face pale and horrified as I meet my uncle's eyes. "Did you know?"
"No."
He shakes his head grimly, his eyes cold.
"No, I did not."
He yanks his phone out before giving me a hard and yet comforting look.
"I'm going to make some calls. Are you okay?"
I nod, swallowing. "I will be." When I turn back to the TV, still squeezing my sister's hand tightly, I catch Ares looking at me curiously. He frowns, but I pull my gaze away from him, back to the monster on screen.
"Now, Mr. O'Connor, if you are released, what will you do? Start fresh? Live a new life? I'm sure the 15 years you've been incarcerated have given you plenty of time to think about—"
The monster starts to laugh. Quietly at first, then louder and louder, until he's roaring a belly-shaking laugh and tossing his silver-maned head back. Even the hardened prison guards behind him look terrified. They should be. Slowly, the monster stops laughing. He chuckles, wiping a tear from his eye, before his gaze snaps directly again to the camera.
"If I were to be released,"
he growls in his thick Irish brogue,
"the very first thing I would do is go after the cockroaches who put me in here."
The interviewer frowns.
Mr. O'Connor, I think what I meant was, I'd cut the throat of every single fucking... Mr. O'Connor, please, kill there, out there.
The library goes silent, and I can feel the eyes of the entire Dracos family slowly swiveling to stare at Eilish and me. Castle moves closer to me, his face grim. On the TV, Seamus's lips curl into a demonic smile, right into the camera.
And I'd start with you.
He growls, smiling right at me, as if he can fucking see me through the news station camera lens.
Yes, you.
He rasps.
I can't wait to see how you've grown up, Nev.
I choke, my heart climbing into my throat.
What the fuck is this?
Ares snarls, whipping his gaze to me, a look I can't quite read in his eyes as they stab into me. I look back at him, mute, helpless.
Yes, if these idiots are generous enough to let me out.
Seamus chuckles quietly.
I'm coming for you, Nev.
His smile grows wider and toothier, and his jaw clenches tightly. And then it happens. So fast that everyone in the cell and watching the TV actually jumps. Seamus roars, flexing his full strength against the cuffs. They hold, but the chair they're attached to doesn't. The metal whines and snaps as the arms of the chair break off, still attached to his wrists. And suddenly, the live feed is pure carnage. He whirls, using one of the pieces of the metal chair arm handcuffed to his wrist as a weapon, smashing it into the reporter's horrified face. He whirls again, swinging it into one of the guards' necks, sending blood splattering across the wall before he smashes his fist into the second guard's face. Sirens go off. Lights flash red in the background as Seamus turns, hulking and grinning demonically. He grabs the camera off its tripod, lifting it wildly to his leering, grinning face until his image fills the screen.
I'm coming for you, Nev.
He chuckles, eyes slicing right into my heart.
And I'm going to make you fucking bleed.
The shot widens and jerks crazily as he moves the camera away from his face. Then the door behind him smashes in, and a legion of riot cops comes crushing inside, wrestling Seamus to the ground, before suddenly the camera cuts out. The library goes silent. My vision blurs. And then I faint.
Chapter 19. Ares. After that, dinner is fucking over. Hades takes charge of ushering everyone who isn't immediate Dracos or Kildare family out. I stay with Nev where I've laid her on a couch in the parlor after she went catatonic. When that fucking psycho shit-stain threatened on live television to kill her. Something ties into a knot of hatred and violence inside of me. And yet, for all the fury in me looking for a vengeful release, there's more. A part of me that isn't wreathed in snarling anger and vicious fury. A part of me that can't drag my eyes away from Nev as she rests sleeping on the couch. Oh, that fury is still there. I know who Seamus O'Connor is. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone in our world who hadn't at least heard of him. I mean, Christ, we used to trade stories about the Executioner when we were kids, treating him like a real-life boogeyman, trying to spook each other into not being able to sleep. But what the fuck is he doing roaring at Nev through a fucking TV interview that he's going to make her bleed? That's a question that's beyond me. But I'm going to get answers, and I'm going to get them now. The door opens and closes. I glance up to see Calliope walking over to me. Her brow furrows as she approaches the couch where Eilish and I have been keeping close to Nev. How is she? Still out, but she'll be okay. How's Yaya? My sister nods. She's all right. Spooked. But she's up in her room on the balcony with a glass of ouzo. She said she wanted to be alone. I glance over to the other couch and to my brothers, who nod at what our sisters just relayed. Nev's eyelids flicker, her brow furrows, and slowly I watch her emerge into consciousness. Hey, you. Eilish, who hasn't left Nev's side either, grins widely as she peers into her sister's face. How do you feel? Nev groans as she gingerly sits up and blinks more fully awake. I don't know, she mumbles. Her eyes slip to the side, and she tenses when she sees me sitting on the end of the couch, my gaze trained on her. Her brow furrows. What? She mumbles dismissively. Before I can say a thing, the door to the parlor opens and Killian walks in, followed by Castle. My jaw grinds. What the fuck was that? The Irishman's supernaturally green eyes land first on me, then slide over to Hades, Kratos, Callie, and Eilish. That was Seamus O'Connor. No shit, Hades snaps. But what the fuck was he doing calling out Nev? Yes, I interrupt, turning to Killian. I too would very much like to know what the hell the executioner was just doing on TV, threatening to kill my wife. Killian's gaze lances past me to his niece. I frown, turning to see Nev nod quietly at him, and then him nod quietly back. Well, I growl. Killian is silent for a minute before he strolls over to the window and opens it a crack. He leans against the wall, pulls a cigarette from a silver case in his breast pocket, and slips it between his lips. Callie frowns. You can't smoke in... Killian lights his cigarette with the flick of his gleaming silver Zippo. My sister glares at him, then stares at me open-mouthed. I just shake my head. Pick your battles. And right now, answers are my first priority. Beside me, Hades snorts. Whatever. That old fuck is a ghost story anyway. And he's in the most fucking hardcore prison in the country, so fuck him. Let him even try to come at us with whatever balls he thinks he's... Seamus O'Connor is not to be trifled with. Killian growls quietly, silencing my brother. My gaze swivels to where he's standing by the window. He drags quietly on his cigarette, the cherry illuminating his face and his piercing eyes. The Irish devil. The executioner. He came up as a platoon captain in the IRA during the Troubles. Back in Ireland, he racked up 37 confirmed kills. Plus, I would wager at least double that unconfirmed. That was before he was dishonorably discharged for, and I quote, cruel and barbaric conduct in the field. It's quiet as the older Irishman slowly lets his lethal green gaze rake across every face in the room. Do you have any idea the kind of horrible shit you have to pull for the IR fucking A to think you're too extreme? Hades starts to open his mouth, but I shoot him a cold glare to shut him up. After that, he made his way stateside, where his specialized services were in demand. He became the top-hired killer in Boston, New York, and Chicago, and over the next 20 years or so, his kill count was in the hundreds. Hades whistles quietly. Oh, I'm just getting fucking started. Killian growls quietly. As you know, Declan, Nev and Eilish's father, was my half-brother. Through my father Brendan and his improprieties. Hades snorts. So your dad fucked around a lot. How is this relevant? Killian smiles thinly. Perhaps we should break out the Ouija board and ask your mother how it's relevant. Fuck. I can see from the glint in Killian's eye that throwing that out there was less about insulting me and my siblings than it was about getting a rise out of us, because Killian's a prick like that. I keep my calm. Calliope glares at him, but she keeps cool too. Hades and Kratos, however, fall right into the trap. The two of them swear violently as they lurch to their feet to rush Killian. Enough! I bark tersely. My two brothers glare at me, but they do as I say and stop. I swivel my gaze to Killian. Think we could stop baiting each other for 5 seconds so you could tell us what the fuck is going on? A hint of a malicious grin teases Killian's lips, but he nods. Of course. He continues. Declan's mother, my father's mistress, was Sheila. He takes a slow drag of his cigarette and then exhales as his brow deepens. O'Connor. Realization hits me. You're joking. Killian shakes his head. No, I'm not. Sheila O'Connor. As in that psychopath Seamus O'Connor's sister. I'm going to assume you're not a complete fucking idiot, and did the research into our family and Declan's legitimacy as a Kildare before any of us even arrived at this truce. I did. Brendan Kildare, Killian's father, had a son, Declan, outside of his marriage, before Killian was born. When Killian popped out, he obviously became the next in line to inherit the Kildare throne. But the Irish Council of Clans, which is sort of the ruling body for the Irish Mafia, agreed to legitimize Declan, the half-brother, as a Kildare and not an O'Connor, despite the fact that Sheila and Brendan weren't ever married. Strange, but in their eyes it kept a Kildare presence at the helm in New York, while Brendan and later Killian saw to the empire in the UK and Europe. You mean how your half-brother was legitimized by the council as a Kildare in order to run things here in New York? Killian nods. Exactly. Declan, Nev and Eilish's father. His brow furrows. Who also happens to be the nephew of Seamus O'Connor. Fuck. Somehow I missed this in my research into the Kildare family, before the arrangement to marry Nev moved forward. Obviously, I saw that Sheila's last name was O'Connor, but I mean, fuck, there's like a million fucking O'Connors and McThises and McThats with the Irish. And it wasn't exactly advertised that Sheila's brother was the goddamn devil himself. Sheila's brother. And Nev's fucking great-uncle. Slowly, I slide my eyes to where she's still sitting stone silent and still on the couch. Her face has a paleness to it that's not just because she just fainted. And her eyes have this cold, barely contained fear in them. I don't blame her. That fucking psychopath who just told national television that he wants to kill her is her fucking blood. That family connection, Killian growls, is the only reason Seamus's methods were tolerated as long as they were. My sister swallows uneasily. What methods were those? Curly. I growl quietly. She turns to me, her brow furrowing. What? I want to know. Killian shrugs. Besides Seamus being an unhinged, deranged psycho, well, I bet you two have plenty in common then. Hades mutters, smirking at his own humor. Killian looks at my brother with a long, thin, cold stare that chills my blood, and I'm not even on the receiving end of it. Slowly, his eyes slide to Nev. I frown, watching a secret look exchanged between the two of them. Killian pauses. When Nev nods quietly, he clears his throat. But my eyes linger on my wife, and all the things she's not saying out loud right now. Seamus is also a religious fanatic, Killian continues. It's one of the reasons the IRA washed their hands of him. And the Council of Clans finally put their fucking foot down on his methods here in the US. Seamus wouldn't just go after a target. He went after their fucking families, their wives, their children. Eilish's hand slides across the couch to hold her sister's tightly. He saw his method of bleeding the innocent, and I do mean that quite literally, as making reparations to God for the wicked deeds of the people he was contracted to kill. Callie shivers, her face going pale. Kratos' jaw clenches as he shakes his head, grunting something in disgust I can't quite make out. But quickly, I've stopped looking at Callie, and Kratos, and Killian. I'm looking at Nev, and very much wondering why she looks so fucking pale right now. Empty. Cold. Like a ghost is dragging its nails up her spine. Unfortunately, by the time the council acted, it was a case of too little too late. They'd let the devil loose, and couldn't seem to send him back to hell with a mere snap of their fingers. Seamus went rogue. Started trying to build his own empire. And that's when the council really put their foot down. When he wouldn't bend the knee. Killian takes another slow drag of his smoke, looking out the window, Declan cut a deal with the FBI to lead them to Seamus, so they could put him away, in exchange for them turning a blind eye to any Kildare business here in New York. The room goes silent. Shit. Now that's a fucking tidbit I've never known. Hades' eyes narrow. Are you fucking shitting? I don't condone ratting. Killian growls. Not at all. But this was different. This was putting the evil incarnate back in Pandora's box. And Declan didn't make the deal on his own. It was sanctioned by the council, who viewed it as a last measure to put Seamus down. He shrugs. Anyway, that's how. That isn't all. We all start, turning to see Demetra standing in the doorway, looking grim, meeting Killian's gaze. That isn't the end of the story, Mr. Kildare. Nev quails. Killian's jaw works as his eyes flicker with green fire. No, it's not. He hisses quietly. Seamus got wind of what went down. He managed to break out of the first prison they had him in. Then the second. And Nev's face is turning to pure terror, her eyes dim and far away, like she's about to pass out again. I frown, stepping closer to her and dropping a hand to her shoulder. She flinches violently, gasping and whipping her gaze to me. Didn't mean to scare you. I mutter quietly, snatching my hand away from her shoulder. Anyway, he was caught again. Killian says in a clipped tone, continuing his history lesson. And this time, they threw his ass in ADX Florence and threw away the key. While in there, he's put 40 prisoners and 7 guards in graves. You could have heard a pin drop as Killian takes one final drag of his cigarette and stubs it out in a potted plant on the table next to the window. His eyes stab across the room through the haze of the smoke. Seamus O'Connor isn't the devil. He's who the devil is smart enough to run and fucking hide from. Kratos whistles low, his face grim as he shakes his head. The man who came on the night of the wedding. Every eye in the room turns to Nev as she finally opens her mouth. I frown, and even though I have this weird pull to touch her, even just to put my hand on her arm or something, I resist. When he raised the gun, he said, Unshekador says hello. Killian shoots her a look, but she ignores him. Unshukador is Gaelic for the executioner. My eyes snap to Killian's, and it's right there all over his face. He knew. I see fucking red as I surge across the room until I'm eye to eye with him. You knew, I hiss dangerously. You heard what that fucker said before I cut his throat. Perhaps, Killian says quietly, that thin, lethal edge to his voice. And you didn't think to fucking say something? I did, he growls back. Then I decided not to. Why the fuck not? Because it wasn't Draco's business. It was Kildare business. The whole point of this, I snarl, was to combine our business. It concerned things that do not concern you, Killian hisses. And while I'm very grateful for the way you reacted, what happened at your wedding will not ever be repeated. That was Seamus's one card, and I'm betting he's been waiting to play it for years. My blood turns hot as my brow furrows. Why, Nev? Killian meets my eye, but his look gives nothing away. Answer me, you son of a... Mind your tone, God of War. He murmurs thinly. What if he gets out? Calliope whispers, her face paling. He won't. Hades shakes his head. It's fucking ADX Florence. There's a reason they call that place the Alcatraz of the Rockies. You don't break out. No one has and no one will, ever. It's impossible. Castle and Killian begin to squabble with my siblings about the security measures of the fucking prison and how they might be compromised. And Seamus, and his seeming ability to project his power outside the walls, like at the wedding reception. I barely hear them. I can barely even fucking see straight through the rage and the fury throbbing inside of me, like a bomb on a timer about to go off. Slowly it dawns on me that my rage isn't solely directed at Killian for not telling me about the Seamus connection sooner, or about what the killer at the wedding said. I'm not angry because I wasn't informed, or because this whole connection to the Kildare family just got about 10 times more lethal. I'm angry because the idea of any harm coming to Nev is... Confusion twists my insides. Intolerable. And that's a side effect of fake marrying Nev Kildare I never saw coming. Ares. Killian, Castle, and Eilish and my sister have circled the wagons around Nev, with Demetra looking on from a distance, her face still lined with concern, as Hades and Kratos take me aside. This is more than we signed up for. Hades hisses under his breath, turning to glare across the room at Killian's back. Like way fucking more. I agree. Kratos' jaw grinds. Seamus O'Connor is a goddamn monster. Those fucking stories we used to make up as kids aren't that far off from the truth. If anything, they're tamer. You know what that motherfucker used to do to people? Hades frowns. Yeah, kill them, Kratos. In large numbers. Our other brother shakes his head. I mean, how he killed them. His face darkens. He used to string up the families of his hits and honest to fuck crucify them. My nose wrinkles in disgust before my eyes dart across the room. To Nev. Fuck that. Hades mutters. Ares, this really isn't what we bargained for.